Chapter 1998, Might of Sword Blood. Chapter 1998, Might of Sword Blood. The situation in the hall was gradually becoming clearer. The only ones who truly broke out of the encirclement of the otherworldly soldiers were Su Zimo, Yun Ting, Feng Xian, Tang Zi, and the paragons of the four immortal sects. There were less than 10 people in total. Now that Feng Xian was dead, the 7 of them were the only ones left to fight for the Jade Talisman. The other cultivators no longer had a chance. To be precise, it was already extremely fortunate if those cultivators managed to survive. The number of otherworldly soldiers increased, and there was no way to kill them all. Furthermore, the otherworldly soldiers that awakened later on were stronger, and the black immortals in the tomb were sliced like vegetables. There were more than 10,000 cultivators who entered the hall, but now there were less than 1,000. Blood, qi, filled the hall, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Some cultivators with foresight had already begun charging out of the hall. The otherworldly soldiers seemed to be restricted by something and could not leave the palace. As long as they escaped from the palace, they would be able to survive. Beneath the Jade Talisman, Su Zimo faced off against Yun Ting. The paragons of the four immortal sects surrounded Tang Zi and fought intensely without stopping. Although the battle between the 5 of them was not as earth-shaking as the fight between Su Zimo and Yun Ting, it was still dangerous. While Tang Zi was best at assassination, it was difficult for her to unleash it in such a battle. She was surrounded by 4 paragons and could not break out at all. Her combat strength was definitely superior to any of the 4 paragons individually. However, the difference between 1 and 4 was too great. Up till this point of the battle, Tang Zi had only been contending against the 4 paragons with her unfathomable movement techniques and immense combat talent. Zi had been dodging and defending the entire time without retaliating. The 4 paragons had great chemistry with one another. Even if someone revealed an opening, others would make up for it swiftly. If Tang Zi were to retaliate forcefully, there was a high chance that she would be severely injured. The current situation was a little strange. Among the 7 of them, Su Zimo and Yun Ting were definitely superior in terms of combat strength. However, the 2 of them could fight at any moment, and it might benefit others instead. The situation was changing rapidly, and all 7 of them had a chance of snatching the Jade Talisman. Yun Ting swept his gaze across the battlefield at the side before looking at Su Zimo and saying slowly, "I'm determined to get my hands on the Jade Talisman, as well as the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. I won't give you another chance." Yun Ting was confident that he was invincible, and there was a hint of cynicism in his expression when he attacked previously. It was only now that he was serious and fully prepared. Splash! A tsunami surged from Yun Ting's body with a terrifying might. Tsunami blood. Clang! Clang! Immediately after, the sound of sword qi clashing echoed through the tsunami, piercing through metal and cracking rocks with a sharp edge. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. Yun Ting's blood qi was way too strong. This was not just a simple tsunami blood. Every single drop of blood in Yun Ting's body contained an extreme killing intent that could destroy the world. Sword blood flowed through Yun Ting's body. It was no exaggeration to say that a single drop of his blood could kill a grade 9 black immortal. The pressure on Su Zimo and Yun Ting increased exponentially. Blood qi surged through the void through Yun Ting's body. Streaks of sword scars appeared on Su Zimo's green robes, and his cheeks were in pain. Before Yun Ting attacked, Su Zimo already felt like he was about to be torn apart and drowned by the blood qi. Sensing that blood qi, the green lotus bloodline became restless as well. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo suppressed the green lotus bloodline in his body. The creation green lotus was the only one in the world and was extremely important. Back then, it even attracted an assassination attempt from an immortal king of the heavenly world. Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. Unless it was a life and death situation, he would definitely not expose his green lotus bloodline. You've lost. The moment Su Zimo suppressed his bloodline, Yun Ting sensed something and attacked with a bright gaze. That was the terror of top-tier experts. Any slight change could not escape their senses. Su Zimo suppressed his bloodline and his aura naturally weakened. Yun Ting seized the opportunity and released a ferocious attack. Yun Ting closed two fingers with both hands and conjured a sword art, as though he was waving two swords with a murderous aura. The moment he attacked, dozens of sword lights enveloped Su Zimo completely. After releasing his blood chi, Yun Ting's combat strength increased exponentially, and he almost crushed Su Zimo in a single move. Chapter 1999, You're Still Young. Chapter 1999, You're Still Young. Initially, Yun Ting had a thought in his heart that he wanted to take Su Zimo under his wing after suppressing the latter. That way, Su Zimo would become a great help to him. But now he realized that given Su Zimo's capabilities and talent, he would definitely not submit to others. Let's fight. Yun Ting's blood chi surged and his sword chi buzzed as he shouted, Let's see how long you can last against my attacks. His sword finger could penetrate Su Zimo's defense. At the very least, he had the absolute upper hand and the initiative. Furthermore, he had even stronger trump cards that he had yet to use. Once released, those methods would be earth-shaking and apocalyptic. Even he could not control it. The moment he said that, Yun Ting attacked once more, waving his sword finger toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo was fearless, relying on the augmentation of the six-tusk divine strength. He leaped up and fought against Yun Ting. Su Zimo was invincible among his peers in melee combat and was almost invincible. It was not only because the Green Lotus True Body was strong, but also because of his melee combat techniques. It had the toughness of dragons and elephants, the ferocity of tigers and leopards, the nimbleness of apes and snakes, as well as the steadiness of bears and turtles. Those techniques originated from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and had gone through countless life and death experiences. After comprehending and summarizing, Su Zimo reorganized them, fused them with other brilliant combat skills, and mastered them, forming his own unique combat skills. Although those combat skills were derived from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, they were more suitable for Su Zimo than the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness itself. However, against Yun Ting, Su Zimo could not gain any advantage in melee combat. Although Yun Ting was restricted and had to use his fingers in place of an actual sword, he could still release countless exquisite sword techniques. Coupled with the sharpness of his sword finger, Yun Ting was still in control of the situation and had the upper hand. Even so, Yun Ting was getting more and more alarmed. What sword techniques did he cultivate? Those sword techniques were created by many seniors and sword cultivators of the upper world after countless years of comprehension. Coupled with his sword blood and talent in the Tao of the sword, the power of every sword technique would be magnified when released by him. However, no matter how ferocious his attacks were, they were resolved by Su Zimo's combat techniques, one after another. He had never seen any of Su Zimo's combat techniques before. At times, when Su Zimo attacked, it was as though he was possessed by a true dragon and his strength was unparalleled. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's aura changed and his movement technique became agile, slithering around him like an ape. Even the sharp sword finger that he relied on the most did not affect Su Zimo much. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of blows. Dozens of wounds appeared on Su Zimo's body from his sword finger. However, Su Zimo's regeneration capabilities were way too strong. Even in such an intense battle, Su Zimo's wounds healed quickly without losing much blood qi. On the contrary, if his attacks weakened slightly, Su Zimo would definitely retaliate in an extremely ferocious manner. There were a few times when he was almost grabbed by Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo's fingernails were sharp like the claws of a tiger. If it landed on him, there would definitely be 5 bloodied wounds. As time passed by, Yun Ting became frustrated. Although he was more than 200 years old, he was way too young for the upper world. He had rich cultivation resources, shocking talent, a deep background, and noble status. However, he was too young and his mental state was much inferior. Up till this point of his cultivation, Yun Ting had fought countless battles and encountered many paragons and monster incarnates. He had never been delayed to this extent. However, Su Zimo was unusually calm the entire time. He was in no hurry, and his eyes were expressionless. His spirit perception had even sensed the restlessness in Yun Ting's heart. If one's mental state was unstable, they would definitely reveal some openings. Yun Ting's heart skipped a beat, and the sharpness of his sword finger merely trembled slightly. Su Zimo sensed it and counterattacked with a bright gaze. "You're still young," Su Zimo said indifferently. His tone sounded like he was lecturing a junior. When Yun Ting heard that, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The change in his mental state was way too subtle and could not even be considered as an opening. However, that was enough for Su Zimo. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. It was Su Zimo's fingernails that collided with Yun Ting's sword finger, and sparks flew. Su Zimo's fingernails were severed by Yun Ting's sword finger. Su Zimo's other palm seized the opportunity and passed through the layers of sword shadows, landing heavily on Yun Ting's chest. Bang! That was the great Chaos Essence palm, and Su Zimo did not hold back. Su Zimo pushed his palm down and frowned slightly. His palm did not strike flesh. Instead, it was cold to the touch. The moment the palm landed, the clothes on Yun Ting's chest were shattered, revealing a shimmering silver inner armor. Thud! 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 Yun Ting retreated continuously, and every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. Chapter 2000. I'm sorry, I want to win. Chapter 2000. I'm sorry, I want to win. After killing the blue-dressed woman, the Zephyr Thunderwings behind Tang Zi flapped wildly, and lightning crackled on her body as she dodged to the side. Although she was fast, the middle-aged Taoist was not slow either. Almost at the same time that Tang Zi killed the blue-dressed woman, the middle-aged Taoist's sleeves struck. The sleeves looked elegant and soft, but they suddenly tightened when they descending from the skies like 2 thick and tough iron rods. While Tang Zi could avoid the fatal blow at the back of her head, she could not avoid the killing move that came from her back. Bang! The sleeves first struck the Zephyr Thunderwings, shattering them before colliding heavily against Tang Zi's back with a dull thud. Tang Zi shuddered and staggered. Opening her mouth slightly, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned incomparably pale. Even so, her expression was extremely calm, as though she could not feel any pain. Both parties were top-tier experts, and the difference in their combat strength was not great to begin with. There was no way she could escape unscathed after forcefully killing one of them against the encirclement of the 4 of them. The middle-aged Taoist priest used the secret skill, heart-piercing. The power of that attack was extremely terrifying and could even penetrate Tang Zi's back. Tang Zi's reaction was extremely ingenious as well. While she summoned the Zephyr Thunderwings to speed up, the pair of wings blocked a lot of power for her and minimized the damage she suffered. The middle-aged Taoist priest was not annoyed that he could not kill Tang Zi with a single move. He merely sneered, "Let's see how many moves you can last after being struck by my heart-piercing." Tang Zi darted out, and the bald monk and Iron Tower man closed in with murderous auras, not giving her any chance to catch her breath. She was expressionless as she twisted and turned an encirclement of the three of them, her movement technique clearly slower. In just a few breaths, there were countless dangers, and she was almost killed on the spot by the three of them. Although one of the four paragons was dead, Tang Zi's situation was even more dangerous, and she could die on the spot at any moment. Su Zimo frowned slightly. If he were to attack, he would naturally be able to save Tang Zi. However, that would be equivalent to giving the Jade Talisman to Yunting. A life was at stake. No matter how important the Jade Talisman was, it was just an object. It did not matter if it was given to Yunting. At that thought, Su Zimo made up his mind and was prepared to give up on the Jade Talisman to help Tang Zi. However, the moment he willed it and before he could do anything, he felt an extremely terrifying aura lock onto him. If he made a single move, he would definitely attract an unimaginably terrifying attack. Against that aura, Su Zimo even had the illusion that he could be sliced into nothingness at any moment. How dare you get distracted in front of me and harbor other thoughts? Yunting's voice sounded. It was calm and contained suppressed anger. It was like the calm before a storm, and the dullness under the thick, dark clouds was suffocating. Su Zimo looked at Yunting and could not help but feel shocked. At that moment, Yunting's figure floated slowly and the blood qi in his body surged. It was clear that he had already pushed it to his limits. The blood qi circled around his body and formed blood-colored sword qi that intertwined behind him in a dense manner. Clang! Clang! The blood-colored sword qi trembled continuously and let out sword hums that intertwined. A gigantic blood-colored sword gradually appeared behind Yunting and soared into the skies. Even the dome of the hall could not conceal its sharpness. The blood-colored sword emitted a destructive aura before it even materialized completely. It was as though nothing in the world across all living beings of the three realms could defend against a single slash from the blood-colored sword. Bloodline phenomenons. That was Yunting's bloodline phenomenon, but it was clear that he had not mastered it completely. That power was way too strong and terrifying. Yunting could not control it at all. Even Su Zimo felt his heart tremble as the green lotus bloodline surged within his body uncontrollably. Once Yunting's bloodline phenomenon was formed, he could only fight it head-on by summoning the bloodline phenomenon of the creation Green Lotus. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. The bloodline phenomenon conjured by Yunting was enough to kill him. It won't be just a serious injury, but a complete death. Yunting's face was bloodshot and his body trembled slightly. He was also enduring immense pressure when he channeled his bloodline phenomenon. Up till this point of his cultivation, there had never been a cultivator of the same cultivation realm who could force him to release his bloodline phenomenon. Su Zimo, I admire you very much and can't bear to kill you. Yunting glared at Su Zimo with bloodshot eyes and said slowly, however, at this point of the battle, we have to determine the victor today. I, Yunting, don't want to lose, and I'll definitely not lose. If it was before this, Yunting would definitely obtain the Jade Talisman first before fighting Su Zimo. But now that he was struck by Su Zimo's palm, he would have lost if not for the protection of the Ice Soul silver armor. Given his pride and conceit, he could not accept such an outcome. He had already forgotten about the Jade Talisman and the heaven and earth slaying sword arts. Right now, he only had a single thought, to give it his all and use all his strength to defeat Su Zimo. An endless stream of sword qi gathered, and the blood-colored sword became more corporeal. Yunting's long hair danced, and he seemed to be dyed red under the illumination of the blood-colored sword. I haven't fully controlled the power of this bloodline phenomenon yet. Once released, I won't be able to control it either. Yun Ting lowered his head slightly and whispered, "You're most likely going to die." There was a hint of pity in Yun Ting's tone. It was rare for him to meet an opponent like Su Zimo, and he truly could not bear to kill the latter. Even if he could not subdue him, he would have liked to befriend him. But now he had no other choice. Pausing for a moment, Yun Ting seemed to have made up his mind. Raising his head, he looked at Su Zimo and said firmly, "I'm sorry, I want to win. Don't worry about me." Right then, Tang Zi's voice sounded. Although she was surrounded by danger, she sensed the commotion on Su Zimo's side. She knew that if Su Zimo was still thinking about her and was distracted, he would definitely die if he could not use his full strength. Hit! Suddenly, the bald monk hollered. Bang! Although Tang Zi tried her best to dodge, she was still punched on the shoulder by the bald monk. Crack! 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 The sound of bones cracking was extremely terrifying. Tang Zi's shoulder was shattered by a single punch from the bald monk, and her entire arm could not move. Hee, how dare you send a voice transmission to your little lover in the midst of our encirclement? The bald monk gave a strange laugh, and his attacks turned sharper. Tang Zi was severely injured by the middle-aged Taoist, and her strength was greatly reduced. She was struggling against the encirclement of the three of them. Now that her arm was crippled by the bald monk, the situation was turning increasingly dangerous, and her life was hanging by a thread. Su Zimo glanced at Tang Zi and retracted his gaze. He then looked at Yun Ting and said indifferently, "I'm sorry you can't win." Chapter 2001 Essence Spirit Sword Condensation. Chapter 2001 Essence Spirit Sword Condensation. For Su Zimo, activating his bloodline and releasing his bloodline phenomenon to fight Yun Ting head-on was naturally the simplest and most direct solution. Furthermore, he believed that with the augmentation of the six-tusked divine elephant divine power, the creation green lotus phenomenon could definitely defeat Yun Ting's blood sword phenomenon. However, that would merely be a defeat. Su Zimo did not have the confidence to kill a prince. That was because he did not know how many trump cards and treasures Yun Ting had. If he could not kill Yun Ting, the creation green lotus would be exposed. Su Zimo had not known Yun Ting for long. Although this person was proud and conceited, he was honest right from the beginning and did not have any sinister thoughts. However, Su Zimo did not dare to take the gamble. Nobody knew better than him what sort of killing intent the creation green lotus would attract if it was exposed. The scene of his ascension often flashed through his mind, and he still had lingering fear. King Yin was not the only one attracted by the creation green lotus. There were other immortal king experts as well. Given Su Zimo's current cultivation, he could not withstand a second similar attack. Of course, even without releasing his bloodline phenomenon, he had other methods. Those methods were even more intense and berserk. Su Zimo's gaze was deep and his glabella shone, releasing an extremely terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuation. Essence spirit attack. Sensing something amiss, Yun Ting guessed Su Zimo's thoughts instantly. However, he did not take it to heart and merely shook his head gently. It's not a bad idea to use an essence spirit secret skill. However, you're still way too naive. I sensed long ago that your essence spirit realm has already reached the earth immortal realm. However, you might not know that my essence spirit realm has long broken through to the earth immortal realm as well. The moment he said that, Yun Ting no longer hid and released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure as well. Level 2 Earth Essence Realm. Essence spirits were the most difficult to cultivate. In the upper world, it was almost impossible for essence spirit cultivation to surpass personal cultivation. Anyone who could surpass a minor personal cultivation realm was already a peerless monster incarnate. There were not many people in the entire divine, firmament, and mortal domain who could surpass two minor realms like Yunting. The main reason why Su Zimo could do that was because his essence spirit was formed by the power of the Green Lotus and Dragon Phoenix essence spirits, combined with the power of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Right now, he was a grade 9 black immortal, and his essence spirit cultivation was also at the level 2 earth essence realm. However, with the augmentation of the 6-tusked divine elephant, the power of his essence spirit, body, and bloodline increased by 4 times. Although his essence spirit cultivation did not change much, the power of his essence spirit was already equivalent to the level 3 earth essence realm. Naturally, Yun Ting could sense the difference. However, he was in no hurry. Yun Ting smiled faintly. Indeed, the power of your essence spirit is superior to mine. However, you'll still lose if you fight with your essence spirit. That's because no one can defend against my essence spirit sword. Yun Ting's tone revealed immense confidence. Is that so? Su Zimo's expression was calm and unmoved. A palm-sized scarlet dragon scale slowly floated out from his glabella. It was in the shape of a crescent and was filled with a terrifying aura. Essence Spirit Secret Skill, Reverse Scale. The moment the reverse scale appeared, the entire hall seemed to have frozen. Only the dragon scale floated slowly towards Yunting, emitting a shuddering energy, fluctuation. It was as though any power that made contact with the dragon scale would suffer a destructive impact. Even the middle-aged Taoist priest and the other 2 who were attacking Tang Zi revealed wary expressions and retracted their spirit consciousnesses, afraid that they would attract the killing power of the dragon scale. Good, good, good. Yun Ting had a fearless expression as he nodded repeatedly and shouted, "Since you want to fight with your essence spirit, I'll let you undertake a complete loss today." His glabella opened up and a sword hovered in his consciousness where his essence spirit was. Essence spirit sword. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The essence spirits of any living being were born from their bodies and were not much different from their true forms. Yun Ting was a human, but his essence spirit was a sword. Su Zimo had only seen such a situation in one person. That was his eldest disciple, Bai Mingshui. Bai Mingshui's essence spirit, her martial spirit, was a sword. His eldest disciple's talent in the Tao of the sword was unparalleled. But now Su Zimo saw a second person with an essence spirit sword. "Slay!" Yun Ting pointed forward and hollered softly. Swoosh! In his consciousness, Yun Ting's essence spirit sword released a blood-colored sword beam that was extremely sharp as it slashed towards the reverse scale. The 2 essence spirit secret skills collided instantly without any commotion or sound. However, the moment they collided, Su Zimo and Yun Ting felt their hearts skip a beat. The blood-colored blade penetrated the reverse scale and descended in Su Zimo's consciousness instantly, slashing towards the Green Lotus essence spirit. Poof! 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 Sensing danger, rays of light spewed out from the 81 lotus holes. The 81 green lotus seeds seemed to have condensed into long swords that struck the blood-colored blade repeatedly. Finally, they dissipated and the Green Lotus essence spirit was not injured at all. On the other side, Yun Ting's essence spirit sword felt a strange power augmenting his body, and he could not dodge at all. Bang! The essence spirit sword trembled violently before shattering, revealing a tiny essence spirit that shone with silver light. It resembled Yun Ting and retreated a few steps in a flustered manner. When he saw that, Su Zimo was enlightened. Yun Ting's essence spirit sword had not been cultivated to its limits, and his essence spirit had not transformed into a sword completely. Now that it was exposed to the power of the reverse scale, its true form was revealed. At the same time, Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Up till this point of his cultivation, the only person of the same cultivation realm who could defend against the reverse scale was Yunting. While defending against the reverse scale, the sharpness of Yunting's essence spirit sword descended in his consciousness and threatened his essence spirit. If not for the creation lotus platform, it would have been difficult for his essence spirit to escape unscathed against that sharpness. Actually, Su Zimo knew very well that in terms of the power of essence spirit secret skills, Yunting's blood-colored blade was superior to the reverse scale. However, the power of his essence spirit was a realm above Yunting. Furthermore, Yunting's attempt to dispel the formation at the entrance of the main hall had taken a huge toll on his essence spirit. Under such circumstances, the two of them merely fought to a draw. Su Zimo was merely surprised. However, Yunting was shocked and his heart surged. How was that possible? His essence spirit sword, the blood-colored blade, had failed. What treasure was in Su Zimo's consciousness that could neutralize his blood-colored blade? A fight between essence spirits was way too dangerous. Notwithstanding the fact that his essence spirit sword returned fruitless, even his essence spirit was shaken out of its true form by the dragon scale. Yunting was truly shocked by this essence spirit fight. He had not realized that the true terror was yet to come. Chapter 2002 Massive Explosion. Chapter 2002 Massive Explosion. Yunting's essence spirit was shaken out of his true form. For a moment, his thoughts were in a mess and he could not react. Under normal circumstances, his bloodline phenomenon should have been formed by now. However, because of the fight between the essence spirit secret skills, his essence spirit was shaken as well, causing the blood-colored sword behind him to sway slightly without materializing completely. Yunting shook his head as though he wanted to cast his thoughts aside. No matter what, as long as he could condense his bloodline phenomenon, Su Zimo would definitely lose. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Yunting felt a strange energy fluctuation and his expression changed. Yunting's eyes widened and he looked toward Su Zimo instinctively. Another essence, spirit, secret skill. Under normal circumstances, ordinary cultivators would only cultivate an essence, spirit, secret skill at most. That was because even if one cultivated many essence, spirit, secret skills, it was rare for them to have the chance to release a second one in a battle. The requirement of releasing 2 essence, spirit, secret skills in succession was way too high. If one's essence spirit was not condensed enough and released 2 secret skills in succession, their essence spirit would collapse before they could kill their opponents. Naturally, Yunting cultivated more than one essence, spirit, secret skill. But now he had expended a lot of power of his essence, spirit, to dispel the formation outside the main hall. Thereafter, after the clash with Su Zimo's reverse scale, his essence spirit became extremely weak. Even if he wanted to, he was powerless. Yunting was secretly frustrated when he saw Su Zimo condense a second essence, spirit, secret skill. If he had known earlier, he would have been more cautious in front of the main hall and not been in a hurry to dispel the formation. When he was dispelling the formation, he truly had not expected that someone of the same cultivation realm could force him to such an extent. Su Zimo conjured hand seals repeatedly, and the spirit consciousness fluctuation in his glabella intensified. Thereafter, he extended his finger and touched his glabella gently. Crackle! Accompanied by a series of sounds, Su Zimo withdrew a blinding thunder whip from his glabella, and it danced wildly in midair. Spirit vanquishing whip. Although Tang Zi was surrounded, her heart skipped a beat when she saw that from the corner of her eye. That was an essence, spirit, secret skill of the Void Thunder Manual. How did this person know it? Was he also someone from Remnant Night and had obtained her father's legacy? The spirit vanquishing whip was filled with lightning and emanated a terrifying aura. Even a body of flesh and blood, could be whipped into ashes, let alone an essence spirit. Against Su Zimo's second essence spirit secret skill, Yun Ting regained his composure rapidly without any fear in his eyes. If I hadn't expended a lot of essence spirit power to dispel the formation previously, I would be able to dispel this essence spirit secret skill as well. Yun Ting said proudly. Su Zimo did not reply. His eyes seemed to contain thunder as he whipped Yun Ting with the spirit vanquishing whip. Piak! When the spirit vanquishing whip struck Yun Ting, it suddenly vanished. In Yun Ting's consciousness, a whip made of lightning appeared and coiled around his essence spirit rapidly. Lightning flashed and electric arcs spun in a blinding manner. Initially, the spirit vanquishing whip of the lower worlds did not have such changes and power. However, in the 10 absolute hell, Su Zimo obtained the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor, and this essence spirit secret skill evolved as well. It underwent a complete transformation and was even more lethal. Under normal circumstances, any essence spirit that was coiled by the spirit vanquishing whip could not survive and would have been destroyed a long time ago. However, Yun Ting's essence spirit was not injured at all. Ha ha ha. Yun Ting's laughter sounded, although it was a little hoarse. He was still proud and confident. Su Zimo, even a second essence spirit secret skill, won't be able to hurt me. Actually, Su Zimo had already noticed something unusual when the reverse scale shook Yun Ting's essence spirit out of its true form. Silver light shone on Yun Ting's essence spirit, as though he was wearing silver armor. It was similar to the Ice Soul silver armor he was wearing, as though there was a connection. In reality, Su Zimo was not wrong. The Ice Soul silver armor was divided into 2 inner and outer armor. Both came from the same person, and the outer armor protected Yun Ting's body while the inner armor protected his essence spirit. There were many types of dermic treasures that could protect the body. However, dermic treasures that could protect the essence spirit were way too difficult to refine, and every single one of them was priceless. That was the value of the Ice Soul silver armor. With the Ice Soul silver armor, even Earth Immortal experts would have difficulty killing Yun Ting, let alone Black Immortals. Therefore, Su Zimo did not pause at all after condensing the spirit vanquishing whip and channeled his essence spirit once more. If one essence spirit secret skill was not enough, he would use 2. If 2 were not enough, he would use 3. Sanskrit sounded in Su Zimo's mind, as though Buddhas were chanting softly in a majestic manner. His glabella opened once more, and a golden Sanskrit word appeared, shining with a Buddhist light that illuminated the void. It crushed towards Yun Ting as though it was extremely heavy. The Gautama Dermic Seal. The Gautama Dermic Seal was an essence spirit secret skill from a cultivation technique of the lower worlds, the Great Day Gautama Sutra. Now that it was in the upper world, this essence spirit secret skill became extremely ordinary. However, because of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, all the Buddhist cultivation techniques that Su Zimo cultivated underwent a transformation and were augmented by dermic powers. The Gautama Dermic Seal transformed as well. Yun Ting's expression changed starkly as disbelief filled his eyes. Even with the condensation of his essence spirit, he could only release 2 essence spirit secret skills in succession. However, Su Zimo, who had ascended from the lower worlds, could release 3. What was that person's essence spirit made of? How was that possible? Only Su Zimo knew that it was all thanks to the Green Lotus essence spirit. In Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo even released dozens of dermic arts in succession with the help of his Green Lotus essence spirit. Right now, Su Zimo released 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession, shocking the world and attacking Yun Ting's essence spirit. In Yun Ting's consciousness, The Ice Soul inner armor appeared to defend against the power of thunder of the spirit vanquishing whip. At the same time, the Gautama dermic seal descended and Yun Ting's essence, spirit, could not dodge at all. The spirit vanquishing whip or Gautama dermic seal alone was enough, could kill a grade 9 black immortal. Right now, the power of the two essence spirit secret skills was augmented on Yun Ting's essence spirit at the same time. Ah! Yun Ting hugged his head with both hands with a pained expression. Even with the protection of the Ice Soul inner armor, his essence spirit suffered an immense shock. Cracks even appeared on the Ice Soul inner armor. Crack! 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 A chilling intent burst forth from the cracks of the Ice Soul inner armor. The lightning on the spirit vanquishing whip froze. The Gautama dermic seal was filled with frost as well. The lights of the two essence spirit secret skills dimmed rapidly. In the end, the two essence spirit secret skills could not break through the Ice Soul inner armor. Fu. Yun Ting grinned and grit his teeth, gradually regaining his senses. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Suzimo and said slowly, "You still failed." "No." Suzimo conjured hand seals with both hands and looked at Yun Ting, saying indifferently, "To begin with, I didn't expect those three essence spirit secret skills to kill you." "Then why?" Yun Ting was about to ask when he could not continue. That was because the blood-colored sword behind him was dissipating rapidly. Although his essence spirit was intact under the protection of the Ice Soul inner armor, it was still shaken violently and his bloodline phenomenon dissipated as his blood chi fluctuated. Chapter 2003 Incinerating Flames. Chapter 2003 Incinerating Flames. Yun Ting was a rare paragon in the divine firmament immortal domain. When he saw the bloodline phenomenon behind him dissipate, he realized Suzimo's motive. On the surface, Suzimo released three essence spirit secret skills in succession to target his essence spirit, but in reality, it was to destroy his bloodline phenomenon. Naturally, Yun Ting had other trump cards. However, he could not use dermic treasures in the Emperor's tomb, and those powerful methods could not be used. Now that his bloodline phenomenon was dispelled, it meant that he could no longer threaten Suzimo. Of course, both of them had expended a lot of energy up till this point of the battle, and Suzimo released three essence, spirit, secret skills in succession. Yun Ting believed that Suzimo was already at the end of the road and could not threaten him with his trump cards used. Something's not right. Right then, an image flashed through Yun Ting's mind, and he was shocked. Suddenly, he recalled that after Suzimo released the three essence spirit secret skills, his fingers were still changing continuously as he conjured a dermic art. Yun Ting focused his gaze hurriedly and felt that the light before him was a little blinding. The temperature in the hall rose suddenly, for balls of flames of different colors rose beside Suzimo, golden, black, milky white, and scarlet. Although the 4 balls of flames were only the size of a fist, they emitted a violent heat that burned away the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi. "You can still." Yun Ting clenched his fists and looked at everything in disbelief. Initially, he thought that releasing 3 essence, spirit, secret skills in succession was Suzimo's limit. To think that Suzimo's essence spirit could even channel spirit consciousness and gather essence chi to condense such a powerful immortal art secret skill. The auras released by each of the 4 balls of flames were completely different. The golden flame, Dharma characteristic, was dignified, and there seemed to be an ancient Buddha sitting cross-D within. However, the black flame was sinister and filled with fiend chi. As for the milky white flame, it was even stranger. There seemed to be the faint sound of phoenixes. Even with Yun Ting's experience, he had never heard of such an immortal art or secret skill. Suzimo stood in midair with 2 balls of flames burning in his eyes. The heat wave surged as though it wanted to devour Yunting and burn him to ashes. At that moment, Su Zimo's aura had already overwhelmed Yunting completely. On the other side, the middle-aged Taoist and the others were shocked as well. Even they had not expected the battle between the two monster incarnates to reach such an extent. Furthermore, it was an immortal from the lower worlds who had the upper hand. Yunting felt suffocated and uncomfortable against Su Zimo's aura. However, he still straightened his back and raised his head. There was no fear in his eyes as he shouted, "Su Zimo, you can't defeat me with your methods." Yunting had the Ice Soul inner armor to protect his essence, spirit, and outer armor to protect his body. Indeed, ordinary methods could not hurt him. Even if he could not win today, he would definitely not lose. Is that so? Su Zimo did not argue, and merely said indifferently, "That's good as well. I'll teach you a lesson today." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo's hand seals changed once more. The immortal Tao fire, Buddhist Tao fire, Fiend Tao fire, and the milky white southern Mingli fire transformed into 4 flames that sped towards Yunting. When they were still in midair, the 4 balls of flames fused together as though they were drawn in by some power, forming a gigantic fireball. Each of the 4 balls of flames released individually could not threaten Yunting. However, after the 4 balls of flames fused, the secret skill transformed completely and its power increased exponentially. Yunting had a grim expression as he glared at the gigantic fireball that was speeding over. He began to activate his Ice Soul silver armor, and his body was covered in a layer of frost. Although the fireball was powerful, the power of the Ice Soul silver armor could definitely defend against it. Right then, another flame burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella. Essence Spirit Tao Fire. Su Zimo's essence spirit was already extremely weak. When released, the essence spirit fire did not have much power. However, when it landed in the fireball, the secret skill underwent another transformation and turned into the Pankati Tao fire. The flames of the fireball intensified and expanded once more, devouring towards Yunting like a red sun. Yunting was shocked. He had not expected that the power of the fireball would increase to another level the moment it was about to descend. He could even sense the aura of death. Phew! The Pankati Tao fire howled and devoured Yunting in the blink of an eye. The temperature in the hall had already climbed to a terrifying level. The middle-aged Taoist and the others who were fighting at the side were drenched in sweat as well. The 3 of them exchanged shocked glances. If that Tao fire was released towards them, they would be burned to ashes instantly even if they had 10 lives. Chapter 2004 Slain Paragon. Chapter 2004 Slain Paragon. When he saw that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was on guard. Yunting noticed the change in the Ice Soul silver armor and seemed to have realized something. His expression changed as well as he shouted anxiously, "Sister, I haven't lost yet. I don't want to go back." Nobody replied. However, the shards of the Ice Soul silver armor collided rapidly and formed a pitch-black tunnel on Yunting's body. It was filled with a powerful suction force and wanted to take him away from the Emperor's tomb. A spatial tunnel. Yunting wanted to struggle, but he could not defend against the power of the spatial tunnel behind him. His body was gradually devoured by the tunnel, but he still glared at Su Zimo indignantly. If he had not expended too much of his essence spirit to dispel the formation previously, he would not have been so passive in the essence spirit fight earlier on. The bloodline phenomenon behind him would not be destroyed by Su Zimo. Earlier on, he would not have been reduced to such a sorry state. A single mistake had led to countless more. Su Zimo, it's difficult for me to unleash my combat strength to its peak in this Emperor's tomb, and you've got the upper hand. However, don't be smug. You didn't win at all. If we continue fighting, it's still unknown who will win. Yun Ting's figure almost vanished into the spatial tunnel, and only his intermittent voice could be heard. Su Zimo, I'll remember you. I hope that you can cultivate as soon as possible. Don't fall too far behind me. In the future, victory between us will be determined. The void closed and the spatial tunnel vanished. Yun Ting had already left the emperor's tomb. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. Thankfully, Yun Ting's sister used some secret skill to bring him back. If the battle were to continue, Su Zimo would not be able to hide the secret of his green lotus true body any longer. A look of fatigue appeared on Su Zimo's face. Releasing 3 essence, spirit, secret skills in succession, and the release of the Pankati Dao fire was also a huge drain on his essence spirit. If not for the fact that the Green Lotus and Dragon Phoenix essence spirits had fused and he cultivated the Prajna Nirvana Sutra to temper his essence spirit, he would not have been able to do it given his previous essence spirit condensation level. With Yun Ting's departure, the Jade Talisman was within Su Zimo's reach. However, he did not choose to take the Jade Talisman first. Instead, he turned around and charged towards another battlefield. On the other side, Tang Zi was on the brink of death. Su Zimo fought against Yun Ting, and the 3 of them attacked Tang Zi like a storm without stopping. Tang Zi's shoulder was shattered, and she had more than 10 wounds on her body. Fresh blood flowed, and one of her legs was broken. She staggered and could die at any moment. However, Tang Zi pursed her lips expressionlessly. Even though she was in immense pain, she did not make a single sound the entire time. She knew in her heart that the battle between Su Zimo and Yun Ting was a fight between the top monster incarnates, and there was no room for mistakes. If she cried out in pain, Su Zimo would definitely be distracted, and there was a high chance he would be killed by Yun Ting on the spot. Tang Zi felt her head spin and her vision blurred. She truly could not hold on any longer. Scram! Right then, a furious roar sounded like thunder in her ears, containing a calming power. She was invigorated and gradually regained clarity. It was as though a spring breeze had blown past her essence spirit, and her consciousness was filled with warm sunlight. Su Zimo made use of the power of the Buddhist Tao to roar in a deafening manner. However, Su Zimo's essence spirit was weak at the moment, and the effect of the roar was extremely limited, only able to wake Tang Zi up temporarily. Bang! 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 Su Zimo roared and charged into the battlefield. Raising his arms and legs, he fought against the 3 paragons, the bald monk, the Iron Tower Man, and the middle-aged Taoist, causing the sound of flesh clashing to echo. The 3 paragons were repelled by Su Zimo. The 3 of them exchanged glances. All of them could see the fear in the other's eyes. Su Zimo had released all his trump cards in such a tragic battle against Yun Ting, but he still had the strength to fight them head-on. Actually, at that moment, Su Zimo was already at the end of his road. After ascending, there had never been a cultivator of the same cultivation realm who could force him to such an extent. Even so, he could suppress most grade 9 black immortals with his green lotus true body. His essence spirit is weak. Attack his essence spirit. The middle-aged Taoist expression changed as he quickly saw through Su Zimo's weakness and hollered. In reality, that was the case as well. Su Zimo's essence spirit was extremely weak after activating 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession and releasing the Pankati Dao fire. He could no longer use any essence spirit secret skills. Kill! The middle-aged Taoist's glabella shone and released a violent spirit consciousness fluctuation. He was the first to condense an essence spirit secret skill and charged toward Su Zimo. You must have a death wish. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. Although he could not use his essence spirit secret skill, he had other killing moves. In his consciousness, the creation lotus platform spun slowly, and the 81 green lotus seeds transformed into rays of light that rapidly formed a sharp sword that tore through his glabella and sped forward. It was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit, the green lotus sword. Chi. With a flash of green light, the sharpness of the green lotus sword sliced the middle-aged Taoist's essence spirit secret skill into two before killing him. The middle-aged Taoist's expression changed starkly. Sensing the sharpness of the green lotus sword, he turned and fled without hesitation. However, no matter how fast he could not be faster than the green lotus sword. Before long, the green lotus sword entered the back of the middle-aged Taoist's head and penetrated his consciousness. It flew out from his glabella and scattered into green lotus seeds before returning to Su Zimo's consciousness. The green lotus seeds were dim, and their power was exhausted after defending against the blood-colored blade and killing the middle-aged Taoist's essence spirit. They required a period of nourishment in the creation lotus platform to recover to their original state. However, the bald monk and the Iron Tower man did not know about the changes. The two of them had initially conjured essence, spirit, secret skills as well. Before they could release them, the middle-aged Taoist was killed by the green lotus sword. The two of them were so scared that they dispersed their essence, spirit, secret skills hurriedly, afraid that they would attract the killing power of the green lotus sword. Monk, stop holding back. Suddenly, the Iron Tower man grinned, and a cunning look flashed across his honest face. At this point, if we continue to hold back, we'll probably be killed by this person. That's right. The bald monk nodded as well. Since that's the case, let's join forces and kill this person first before we determine who the jade talisman belongs to. Tangzi frowned slightly. She had not expected the bald monk and the Iron Tower man to be holding back. But soon she understood. On the surface, the four paragons worked together in harmony. However, the four of them were also scheming against one another. The reason why the bald monk and Iron Tower man held back was definitely because they wanted to catch one another off guard during the final fight for the jade talisman. When she attacked the blue-dressed woman, the two of them were far away and did not arrive in time. Now that she thought about it, they might have done it intentionally to make use of her to get rid of another competitor. However, neither of them had expected that Su Zimo's strength was unfathomable. If they held back any longer, they would all die here. Chapter 2005, Settled Dust. Chapter 2005, Settled Dust. The bloodlines of the bald monk and the Iron Tower man surged, and the sound of a tsunami could be heard as their power of blood chi was pushed to its limits. An ancient bell appeared behind the bald monk. It shone with a golden light and was filled with runes that emanated a terrifying aura. A towering mountain appeared behind the Iron Tower man, seemingly able to suppress all living beings with a shocking might. Bloodline phenomenon. Both the bald monk and the Iron Tower man had robust blood chi and shocking physiques. They were strong in melee combat and had cultivated bloodline phenomenons. However, the two of them held back the entire time. It was only after Su Zimo killed the middle-aged Taoist that the two of them realized that they might be killed by him if they continued holding back. Su Zimo, you're already at the end of the road. Don't force yourself. The bald monk was also a monster incarnate and could naturally tell Su Zimo's strength. If it was anyone else, they would not hold back during a battle of that level with Yun Ting. They must have used up all their trump cards. Don't waste your breath on him. Let's kill him first, lest anything else happens. The Iron Tower man said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo reared his head in laughter, as though he had heard the funniest thing in the world. The two of you think you can kill me? Su Zimo glared at the two of them with a disdainful expression and said slowly, I can't kill Yun Ting, but you think I can't kill you guys? The reason why he did not use the bloodline of his green lotus true body the entire time was because he was worried that it would be exposed. That was because he was not confident that he could keep Yun Ting in the emperor's tomb. In reality, as Su Zimo had expected, Yun Ting indeed had a trump card. There were even other experts guarding him, and he was taken away from the emperor's tomb. However, it was different for the bald monk and the Iron Tower man. Although they were from the four immortal sects, their statuses were worlds apart compared to Yun Ting. Even grade 9 black immortals and rare paragons were merely servants in the four immortal sections. They did not have dermic treasures like the Ice Soul silver armor, nor any experts, leaving behind trump cards to protect them. The moment Su Zimo said that, his killing intent was already triggered. When the bald monk and the Iron Tower man saw how calm Su Zimo was and how fearless he seemed, they felt uneasy. However, now that the two of them had already released their bloodline phenomenons, they were in a difficult position. Furthermore, the Jade Talisman was right before them. Were the two of them going to give up the Jade Talisman without fighting? At that thought, the two of them exchanged glances and made the same decision. They were going to attack with all their might without holding back. As long as they could kill Su Zimo, Tang Zi would not be a threat. Kill! The bald monk and Iron Tower man roared at the same time and released their bloodline phenomenons, charging toward Su Zimo with sharp gazes and killing intent. Bloodline phenomenon. Su Zimo murmured softly with an indifferent expression. He merely glanced casually at the bloodline phenomenon behind the bald monk and the Iron Tower man before retracting his gaze. Splash! The sound of a tsunami echoed from Su Zimo's body as well. It was even stronger than the two of them and was deafening. It was as though a galaxy had poured down from the 9 heavens and smashed onto the ground with a deafening bang. Immediately after, a jade green lotus grew behind Su Zimo. The lotus leaves were wide and its stem was upright. The flower bud at the top trembled slightly and could blossom at any moment. This is... The eyes of the bald monk and the Iron Tower man widened as they looked up at the green lotus in shock. Both of them felt an unimaginable pressure. Against the green lotus, the two of them felt incomparably tiny, as though they could not even compare to a single lotus leaf on the green lotus. The green lotus soared into the skies and was filled with a chaotic aura. The flower bud lowered its head slightly, as though it was looking down at them. The bloodline phenomenons behind the two of them began to sway and show signs of dissipating. That seems to be the creation green lotus. The bald monk's voice trembled with a shocked expression. Tang Zi was shocked as well. Although she had seen Su Zimo conjure the green lotus, she did not recognize its origin. The creation green lotus was the only one in the world. Even immortal kings would not let go of such an utmost treasure. Right then, the flower bud on the green lotus suddenly blossomed and spilled endless light. The green lotus swayed gently, seemingly excited. The creation green lotus did not sway much and was almost imperceptible. However, that slight movement caused the two bloodline phenomenons behind the bald monk and the Iron Tower man to collapse, turning into endless blood chi that dissipated into the world. The two of them shuddered as though they were struck by lightning, and blood oozed from the corners of their mouths. Escape! Without hesitation, the two of them turned and fled. Su Zimo sneered, and his green lotus phenomenon shone brightly. Strange lights spread like sharp swords and pierced the two of them instantly. Thump! The two of them fell to the ground and were riddled with holes as blood gushed out, dying on the spot. After doing that, Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. With their deaths, there was no chance of the green lotus true body being exposed. The battle was over, and the dust had settled. Su Zimo relaxed and actually felt a little dizzy. His body swayed slightly, and the green lotus phenomenon could not hold on either and dissipated rapidly. He was almost completely exhausted from the battle. If not for the fact that the green lotus true body had shocking regeneration capabilities, he would have collapsed a long time ago. It's over. Tang Zi looked at the messy battlefield in disbelief. At this point of the battle, apart from the two of them, there was no one else alive in the main hall, leaving only corpses on the ground. Tang Zi took out a few immortal herbs and consumed them, recovering her injuries and stamina slowly. Given her physique and bloodline, she would be able to recover her mobility quickly as long as she had time to rest and recuperate. Hurry and get that jade talisman and tidy up the battlefield. We'll leave this place before anything else happens, Tang Zi urged. For some reason, she had an indescribable feeling. It was like a whim or an assassin's sixth sense, as though something bad was about to happen. Su Zimo nodded and took a deep breath. Leaping up, he grabbed the jade talisman in his palm. There were no other changes throughout the entire process. Su Zimo stared at the jade talisman for a moment and scanned it carefully with his spirit consciousness, but he could not find anything. What's the secret behind this jade talisman that attracted so many sects, factions, and paragons to fight for it? Su Zimo asked with a frown. I don't know either. Tang Zi said, I reckon that apart from Yun Ting and a few other cultivators who entered the Emperor's tomb, most of them don't know the secret of the jade talisman. The only thing that could be certain was that this jade talisman was related to the immortal emperor buried in the Emperor's tomb. Chapter 2006, Library. Chapter 2006, Library. Divine Firmament Mainland, Zixian Immortal Kingdom. Capital Palace Library. The city walls of the capital were thousands of feet tall. The library was 90,000 feet tall and was the most striking building in the capital. It was also one of the emblems of the entire Zixian Immortal Kingdom. Apart from Divine Firmament Palace, the library of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom was the second tallest building in the entire Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. The library was all-encompassing and involved cultivation techniques, secret skills, dermic treasures, elixirs, tempering, various regions, trichiliocosm, ancient ruins, legends. It contained everything. There had long been rumors in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain that the library of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom was the place with the most books in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, and even the entire heavenly world. Standing on the top floor of the library, one could see the endless capital of the Zixian Immortal Kingdom and the mountains and rivers. At that moment, a woman stood on the top floor of the library. Her long hair was tied up with a ribbon and draped casually behind her back. She wore a faint green dress that revealed her slender figure perfectly. A gentle breeze blew, sweeping a few strands of black hair across the woman's face. The woman was oblivious to it and continued looking down at an ancient book in her hands with a focused expression, as though she was completely immersed in it. Although she was only wearing plain clothes, her beauty surpassed all the other makeup in the world. Even though she was motionless, she exuded a refined and noble aura. The woman held a scroll and stood against the wind. Her skirt fluttered gently in a graceful and beautiful manner, as though she was one with the entire library. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation came from an empty space on the top floor. Immediately after, the void collapsed, revealing a dark spatial tunnel. As though she did not notice it, the woman looked at the book in her hands intently. A moment later, a black figure fell out of the spatial tunnel and landed on the top floor in a sorry state. The spatial tunnel behind him closed and vanished. That figure was Yun Ting, who was brought back from the Emperor's tomb. The woman did not turn back and was still focused on the book in her hands, as though there was nothing in the world that could attract her attention or look better than the words in the book. Sister. Yun Ting stood up and clenched his fists, shouting in the direction of the woman with an indignant expression. When she heard that voice, the woman was in a daze. She paused for a moment before reacting. Frowning slightly, she said with her back facing Yun Ting, "Since you're back, return to the residence and cultivate in peace." When Yun Ting saw that the woman did not seem to care about him at all, he felt even more aggrieved and indignant. He took a few steps forward and shouted again, "Sister, I didn't lose at all. Why did you bring me back?" "You didn't lose." The woman still did not look at Yunting as she shook her head. "The ice soul silver armor that I gave you is crippled both internally and externally. Yet you claim that you didn't lose?" Yunting argued, "So what if they were crippled? I wasn't severely injured, nor hurt. If not for the ice soul silver armor, would you have been able to return alive?" The woman's tone was cold and stern. Yunting was still indignant and shouted, "A dermic treasure is also a part of one's strength, which rule states that dermic treasures are not allowed in a life and death battle. If you hadn't brought me back, I would have definitely defeated that person and helped you get your jade talisman." When she heard that, the woman was touched. A gentle look flashed through her eyes as she finally turned around and looked at Yunting. Just as the woman was about to speak, she could not help but laugh when she saw Yunting. The woman's smile was charming, and instantly the surrounding skies seemed to brighten up. At that moment, Yunting was covered in dust. His clothes were burned and his hair was thin. His cheeks were pitch black like a black fire rod. "Sister, how dare you laugh at me?" Instantly, Yunting panicked and his face flushed red. However, it could not be seen clearly beneath his charcoal black skin. This younger brother of hers was a prince of the Zhixian immortal kingdom and a peerless monster incarnate who was invincible among his peers. He had never been in such a sorry state. All of this was because Yunting wanted to fight for the jade talisman for her. At that thought, the woman's gaze softened. She put down the book in her hands and walked forward slowly, raising her hand to brush Yunting's cheek gently. A faint white light appeared on the woman's fingertip. The white light circulated around Yunting's body and washed away the charcoal on his body in the blink of an eye. Some of Yunting's wounds began to heal as well. The woman took out a long dress and draped it on Yunting, saying gently, "I guess that you sneaked into the emperor's tomb because of me. However, you're not allowed to do this in the future. Father doesn't have many descendants, and you're the youngest and most talented. If anything happens to you, he'll be heartbroken. Furthermore, among these siblings, you're the one I like the most." Yunting lowered his head slightly and mumbled, "I know. You and Father have taken care of me since I was young. However, I've never ever given you a gift." In front of the woman, Yunting no longer had the cold and arrogant aura as he did in the emperor's tomb. Instead, he became more obedient and revealed the demeanor of a child from time to time. After all, he was only 200 years old, equivalent to 3 or 4 years old among mortals. Of course, Yunting would only reveal such childish naivety in front of this woman. In front of outsiders, even his father and other brothers, he was also Prince Yunting, a rare paragon who looked down on the world. When Yunting lost his mother when he was young, apart from his father, his sister was the only one who accompanied him when he was young. In his heart, his sister was the closest person to him. Otherwise, he would not have ventured deep into the danger zone to retrieve the jade talisman personally as a gift for his sister. Yunting said, "You've always liked to study, sister. I heard that this jade talisman is related to a taboo mystic classic and wanted to help you get it. It's just a connection. Even if you can obtain the jade talisman, you might not be able to obtain the taboo mystic classic. This jade talisman is truly not worth the risk." The woman looked at Yunting and said softly, "Even a true taboo mystic classic is less than 1,000th of you, let alone a jade talisman." "Sister," Yunting called out softly with teary eyes, "you're still crying even though you're already so old." The woman smiled. "Who's crying?" Yunting blushed and pulled up his sleeves to wipe his eyes messily. He said angrily, "Sister, even if you didn't bring me back, that person won't be able to hurt me." He felt even more indignant at the thought of Su Zimo. That person could even cripple the Ice Soul silver armor I gave you. How do you know he doesn't have other trump cards? The woman asked instead. Definitely not. Yun Ting blurted. However, his tone softened quickly as he muttered, that person is only a grade 9 black immortal. He must be at the end of his road after releasing 3 essence, spirit, secret skills, and a powerful secret skill in succession. He shouldn't have any other methods. The woman frowned slightly before reacting and asking, you mean to say that you were defeated by a single person? A black immortal at that? Chapter 2007, Infinite Era. Chapter 2007, Infinite Era. The woman knew Yun Ting's combat strength the best. Almost no one of the same cultivation realm was a match for her younger brother. Although Yun Ting was young, he had fought countless battles over the years. She had once brought Yun Ting around the divine firmament immortal domain personally. He looked at the mountains and rivers, looked up at the starry skies, comprehended heaven and earth, and fought for an entire 20 years against the paragons of the aristocratic families, disciples of sex and royalty, without suffering a single defeat. Although Yun Ting was not old, he was already famous throughout the world. The woman had not expected that Yun Ting would lose to a grade 9 black immortal in a one-on-one fight. At the thought of Su Zimo, Yun Ting was still indignant and said with an upset expression, he's someone who ascended from the lower worlds and has an ordinary bloodline. If not for the fact that I expended too much of my essence spirit to dispel the formation, I would have definitely defeated him. The woman's expression turned solemn as she said in a deep voice, little brother, you must not underestimate anyone from the lower worlds. You should know that there was once somebody from the lower worlds who was invincible in the divine firmament and caused a huge ruckus. Feng Cantion? Yun Ting asked. The woman nodded. If he could be conferred the title of king back then, even our father's reputation would not be able to compare to him. Additionally, there's news that Feng Cantion has reappeared. Ah. Yun Ting was shocked and asked hurriedly, wasn't Feng Cantion's Tao fruit crippled? He's not dead? The woman said, it said that Feng Cantion's Tao fruit was shattered and his body was pinned by the execution saber and suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. However, the moment he broke free, he displayed his might and crushed Absolute Thunder City, killing 10 perfected immortals before leaving. At the mention of Feng Cantion, be it in her words or eyes, the woman revealed a hint of admiration. Even someone as proud and conceited as Yun Ting was shocked when he heard that and could only mutter softly, such methods are truly. After pondering for a moment, the woman continued, apart from Feng Cantion, there's an immortal king in the green firmament immortal domain who ruled over a territory and ascended from the lower worlds. Yun Ting said, however, there are too few of them. After so many years, there are only a few of them. The woman said, you should know how cruel the environment is for those of the lower worlds. They don't have any cultivation resources or experts to protect them. They don't even have a place to stay. It's already very difficult for those of the lower worlds to survive, let alone cultivate. Yun Ting remained silent. He knew that his sister was right. If he was placed in such a cruel environment, he would definitely not have his current accomplishments. Anyone who can ascend from the lower worlds is a monster incarnate. The woman continued, for example, those who have passed the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation might not lose to you in terms of potential and talent. It's just because your backgrounds are different. Pausing for a moment, she said slowly, there's something more important you have to remember. You have many things different from those of the lower worlds. Your background, bloodline, talent, endowment, status, but you have one thing in common. Be it you or them, you only have a single life. If he lost his life, his status, reputation, and fame would vanish into thin air. When Yun Ting saw the stern expression on the woman's face, he smiled. Sister, I didn't underestimate that person. Not only that, I even admire him a lot. Initially, I wanted to subdue him and take him under my wing. In the end. At that point, Yun Ting was a little embarrassed and could not continue. The woman smiled gently and shook her head. How can someone like that bow down to others so easily? Right? Speaking of which, this person seems to be fated with me. Yun Ting seemed to have recalled something. Just as he was about to say it, he paused and rolled his eyes, saying mysteriously, "Sister, guess?" Pondering for a moment, the woman smiled. "It's not hard to guess if it is something related to you. Legend has it that the heaven and earth slaying sword arts are in the lower worlds. Since that person is from the lower worlds, it's likely he knows either the heaven or earth slaying sword arts. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from you, sister." Yun Ting laughed as well. "However, you're wrong about one thing, sister. This person knows both the heaven and earth slaying sword arts." The woman glanced at Yun Ting and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Do you want me to help you snatch the two sword arts?" "How can that do?" Yun Ting said hurriedly, "One day I'll definitely defeat him and retrieve the two sword arts personally." The woman nodded internally when she heard that reply. What she said earlier was just a test. If Yun Ting agreed to it, it would mean that he was completely defeated and would not even dare to fight that person again. But now, Yun Ting's remark made the woman feel relieved. As long as Yun Ting was sharp, the setbacks he suffered today would make him even stronger. The woman extended her palm and waved gently in Yun Ting's direction. Yun Ting's consciousness suddenly opened up and shattered silver armor flew out. It was the Ice Soul inner armor that was shattered by Su Zimo's 3 essence, spirit, secret skills. "Sister, the inner armor is already shattered. What else do you need it for?" Yun Ting mumbled. "It's good that it's broken. You'll break through to the earth immortal realm soon. I'll forge another one for you," the woman said as she received the inner armor. The woman's finger brushed past the inner armor gently. She focused on the few burn marks on the inner armor and said in a deep voice, "These are marks of the spirit vanquishing whip." That's right, that person's essence spirit secret skill is a whip filled with lightning. Yun Ting said hurriedly. The woman was puzzled. This is Feng Santian's ultimate technique. Why would it appear on him? The woman sensed the remnant aura on the shattered inner armor and said, "There's another essence, spirit, secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. I can't guess what it is exactly. Describe the situation of that secret skill." Yun Ting described the scene briefly. "Great Day Gautama Sutra and Gautama, Dharmic Seal." The woman frowned slightly. That person has extremely deep attainments in Buddhism. However, this is a cultivation technique from the lower worlds after all. How can it be so powerful? She had read a lot of books and knew a lot. Therefore, many things could be deduced from the clues left behind by the inner armor. However, at that moment, she could not understand how an essence, spirit, secret skill from the lower worlds could release such power. The woman shook her head and continued, "That person even released a reverse scale, secret skill of the dragon race. There's definitely something strange about his essence spirit to be able to release 3 essence, spirit, secret skills in succession. According to Yun Ting's description, he had a strong physique but ordinary bloodline. The greatest possibility was the barbarian race. However, the essence spirit of the barbarian race was the weakest point and could not be so condensed and pure. Given the woman's experience, she could not guess Su Zimo's background right away. How could there be somebody who cultivated the heaven and earth slaying sword arts, comprehended the spirit vanquishing whip, had extremely high attainments in Buddhism, could release a secret skill of the dragon race, and even fight against Yun Ting physically? The strange thing was that such a monster incarnate had an ordinary bloodline. Could it be? The woman's heart skipped a beat as she vaguely thought of a possibility. When Yunting saw that the woman was silent, he felt bored and leaned forward, pointing to the book in her hands. "Sister, what are you looking at? Why are you so engrossed?" The woman's thoughts were interrupted by Yunting, and she did not continue thinking. She closed the book and revealed the title to Yunting with a smile. "It's nothing much. It's just some legends." There were 2 ancient words written on the scroll, Infinite Era. Chapter 2008, Catastrophe. Chapter 2008, Catastrophe. The Emperor's Tomb. The main hall of the immortal Emperor's palace. Putting away the jade talisman, Su Zimo collected the storage bags of Fangxian and the paragons of the 4 immortal sections. It had to be said that there were indeed some good things in the storage bags of these paragons. However, what truly interested Su Zimo was a beast hide. This was what Su Zimo found in Fangxian's consciousness while retrieving his storage bag. The fact that it was hidden in a secluded place like the consciousness was definitely important. Su Zimo opened the beast hide and took a look. At the edge were the words Divine Elephant Breathing Technique. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo guessed that this was a cultivation technique cultivated by Fangxian. Fangxian's combat strength was not weak. Even if Su Zimo were to face him, it would take some effort without revealing his green lotus true body. Fangxian was equivalent to being killed by the combined forces of Su Zimo, Yunting, and Tang Zi, 3 top black immortals. Although Fangxian was struck by the time saber and lost 60,000 years of lifespan, he could still receive Yunting's heaven-slaying sword qi, and his blood qi was still robust. The reason for that was this divine elephant breathing technique. Let's share their belongings. Su Zimo tidied up the storage bags and came before Tang Zi. Tang Zi glanced at it and said indifferently, "Take that beast hide with you. The rest is mine." Stunned, Su Zimo quickly understood. Tang Zi must have seen that he was interested in the divine elephant breathing technique and wanted to give it up. On the surface, Tang Zi took more things. However, in reality, she was doing Su Zimo a favor. Su Zimo was hesitant. Although he was interested in the divine elephant breathing technique, Fangxian died in Tang Zi's hands in the end. Logically speaking, this cultivation technique should be given to Tang Zi. "You don't have to think too much." Tang Zi said, "His divine elephant technique conflicts with my immortal whale cultivation technique and can't be cultivated at the same time." The immortal whale was the overlord of the deep sea. The divine elephant was a divine being of the land. There were many conflicts between the two. "Thank you very much." Su Zimo cupped his fists and did not decline. When Fangxian released his bloodline phenomenon, the phantom of the 6-tusked divine elephant appeared and was of the same origin as his innate divine power. Su Zimo was also wondering if he could cause some changes to the 6-tusked divine strength by cultivating the divine elephant breathing technique. Now was not the time to cultivate. Su Zimo put away the beast hide and gave the rest of the items to Tang Zi. Right then, Tang Zi suddenly asked, "Why do you know about the spirit vanquishing whip? Who imparted it to you? Who exactly are you?" There was no need to hide the fact that he was from Tianhuang, mainland from Tang Zi. Just as Su Zimo was about to reply, he frowned and his expression changed. Something was amiss. The surroundings were way too quiet. Initially, the main hall was filled with the sounds of killing and shouting. Unknowingly, those voices had vanished. It was silent outside the main hall as well. The uneasiness in Tang Zi's heart intensified. Su Zimo looked around with a grim expression. The otherworldly soldiers in the hall were still densely packed. However, for some reason, they seemed to be frozen and did not move at all. The strange thing was that the red lights in the eyes of the otherworldly soldiers flickered as though they could extinguish at any moment. Thud! Suddenly, a sound came from outside the main hall. as though something had landed on the stone steps. It was neither loud nor soft. However, it was extremely clear in the silent hall. Su Zimo and Tang Zi did not feel anything unusual when they heard that sound. However, the otherworldly soldiers in the hall shuddered. What happened? Su Zimo sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Tang Zi shook her head gently. Thud! The strange voice sounded once more, and it was even closer to the main hall. The otherworldly soldiers in the hall shuddered once more. Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness, wanting to find another way out of the hall. However, the main hall was sealed and filled with restrictions, as though there was only a single way out. Thud! The strange voice sounded once more, but Su Zimo ignored it and continued surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed that Tang Zi's expression was strange as she glared at the entrance of the hall in a frightening manner. Su Zimo spun around and looked towards the entrance of the hall. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared there. The person looked like an old man with a pitch-black walking stick in his hands. His black robe reached the ground and was made of an unknown material that looked strange. The old man was smiling at Su Zimo and Tang Zi. His face was filled with wrinkles, and his smile was sinister and terrifying. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness scanned the old man countless times, but he could not sense the latter's cultivation realm. However, Tang Zi's expression darkened. Who are you? Su Zimo asked in a deep voice. The black-robed old man did not reply and raised his walking stick before lowering it rapidly. Thud! The strange sound rang. So, the sound earlier on came from the black-robed old man's walking stick. This time round, the black-robed old man suddenly opened his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, the corners of his mouth split. His head seemed like it was about to split open. His expression changed. Right then, the black-robed old man took a deep breath. Immediately after, the otherworldly soldiers at the front fell to the ground one after another, and the red light in their eyes was sucked into the black-robed old man's mouth. Be it the black immortal otherworldly soldiers or earth immortal otherworldly generals, none of them were spared. It's a ghost immortal, Tang Zi said slowly. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Not long after he entered the emperor's tomb, Tang Zi mentioned to him about ghost immortals. It could be said that ghost immortals were existences in the emperor's tomb that must not be provoked. Anyone targeted by ghost immortals would definitely be doomed. The otherworldly soldiers were formed because the souls of experts did not disperse and did not enter reincarnation. They were fused with many grievances and were gradually formed. One could only become a ghost immortal after cultivating sentience. It could be said that these otherworldly soldiers were food for the ghost immortals. Gradually, Su Zimo understood why it was silent outside the hall. That was because the otherworldly soldiers that charged out had already been devoured by the ghost immortal. The formation at the entrance of the main hall was dispelled and countless otherworldly soldiers surged out. For the ghost immortal, it was a feast. Prepare to escape. Be careful. Just as Tang Zi's imagination was running wild, Su Zimo's voice sounded in her mind. What are you doing? Tang Zi was alarmed and asked hurriedly. Su Zimo did not reply. Suddenly, a pair of golden wings appeared behind him, and he released his innate divine power. Turning into a golden streak of light, he sped out of the hall, trying to flee. The ghost immortal cackled, and an evil glint shone in his eyes. In a flash, he blocked Su Zimo at an astonishing speed that was even faster than the latter. Chapter 2009 Desperate Situation. Chapter 2009 Desperate Situation. Arriving before Su Zimo, the black-robed old man tapped his walking stick gently with a strange sound. Su Zimo shuddered, and his essence spirit shuddered, as though it was about to leave his body. The creation lotus platform spun slowly, and rays of light spewed out from the lotus cave, nourishing the green lotus essence spirit and allowing Su Zimo to sober up rapidly. The black-robed old man frowned slightly. Initially, he thought that his attack would definitely disperse Su Zimo's soul. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo was only dazed for a moment before returning to normal and continued speeding towards the entrance. Humph. The black-robed old man harumphed coldly with a cold gaze. Leaning forward slightly, he took a deep breath in Su Zimo's direction. Phew! From the black-robed old man's mouth came a whimpering sound that was extremely terrifying, like a child crying. The next moment, Su Zimo's body swayed and his consciousness blurred. His green lotus essence, spirit, turned hazy and showed signs of collapsing. What was even more frightening was that the green lotus essence spirit was not under Su Zimo's control and floated outside, as though it was drawn in by some power. OM, Ma, and I, Pa. Suddenly, the images of Buddhas appeared in Su Zimo's consciousness, and he chanted ancient Sanskrit. In his consciousness, a golden light shone brightly and reverberated with a vast and dignified power that was deafening. That was the benefit of cultivating the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. This cultivation technique of the Buddhist monasteries was a taboo, mystic classic. It was a supreme dharmic formulation for spirit refinement and possessed unimaginable might. Up till this point of his cultivation, the increase in Su Zimo's combat strength was not obvious. However, it protected his essence, spirit, countless times. Back then, the might of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was evident when it could fuse the Dragon Phoenix and Green Lotus Essence spirits. But now the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was not perfected, and there were still sutras from 2 tripod walls that had yet to surface. The power currently revealed by this taboo mystic classic was only the tip of the iceberg. The Green Lotus Essence spirit calmed down after it was enveloped by the golden light and became pure once more. However, the Buddhist light could not purge away the strange suction power in his consciousness. The Green Lotus Essence spirit was still drawn in by that power and wanted to leave its shell. Suddenly, the creation lotus platform shone brightly with a resplendent glow as it soared into the air. The 9 circles of 81 petals closed rapidly and enveloped the Green Lotus Essence spirit, severing the suction force completely. Su Zimo was invigorated, and the rock wings behind him flapped. Turning into a golden streak of light, he charged out of the main hall and fled into the distance. The black-robed old man frowned. Initially, he thought that he would definitely be able to suck Su Zimo's soul over with that single breath. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo seemed to be unaffected and escaped after a slight pause, catching him off guard. When he saw that Su Zimo had already escaped far away, the black-robed old man thought for a moment and did not chase after him. Instead, he turned around and smiled at Tang Zi in the hall. Although one of them escaped, there was another one here. Although the souls of otherworldly soldiers were strong, they could not compare to the freshness of Tang Zi. For the ghost immortal, Tang Zi's soul was the true delicacy. He. The black-robed old man laughed sinisterly and walked slowly towards Tang Zi. Tang Zi was severely injured after being surrounded by 4 paragons. Although she managed to recover her mobility after recuperating for a while, it was impossible for her to fight the black-robed old man. Even at her peak, she would not be a match for the ghost immortal, let alone the fact that she was injured right now. The ghost immortals in the Emperor's tomb were tainted by the power of the curse and could not even be touched. How could anybody fight them? Damn thing, what's that stupid smile for? Right then, a sneer sounded from behind the black-robed old man. Turning back, the black-robed old man saw that Su Zimo had returned and was standing outside the main hall, looking at him with a mocking and provocative expression. The black-robed old man was enraged. At the same time, Tang Zi understood Su Zimo's intentions. The reason why Su Zimo left first was not because he wanted to abandon her here. Su Zimo wanted to lure the black-robed old man away. When Su Zimo saw that the black-robed old man did not chase after him, he deliberately provoked the latter by returning. Although the black-robed old man was sentient, he was far less mature than those experienced experts. He was enraged by Su Zimo's provocation. "Ignorant ant, do you really think that I can't kill you?" The black-robed old man glared at Su Zimo with rage in his eyes. Countless menacing faces appeared on his black robes and roared at Su Zimo. Suddenly, Tangzi felt disgusted. If she was killed by humans and her soul was dispersed, at least she would die a clean death. However, if she was devoured by the black-robed old man, her face would appear on this ghost immortal and she would become one of those menacing faces. Abandoning Tangzi, the black-robed old man slammed his walking stick heavily on the ground and soared into the air, charging toward Su Zimo. Without hesitation, Su Zimo turned and fled. His current strength was not enough to fight against this ghost immortal. Ooh, ooh. The menacing faces of the black-robed old man fell off one after another, turning into menacing ghost faces that chased after Su Zimo like vengeful ghosts. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo and the black-robed old man charged out of the immortal emperor's palace. "You!" Tangzi was anxious and swallowed another handful of elixirs. Before the medicinal effects could dissipate, she rushed out. However, by the time she rushed out of the immortal emperor's palace, Su Zimo and the black-robed old man were long gone. Tangzi clenched her fists with a conflicted expression. She knew in her heart that Su Zimo could have escaped initially. He returned to lure the black-robed old man away because he wanted to save her. She also knew that Su Zimo was most likely doomed. There were no living beings in the emperor's tomb that could escape the pursuit of the ghost immortal. Tangzi took a deep breath and judged the direction before giving chase. Su Zimo and the black-robed old man moved at an extremely fast speed one after another. However, as time passed by, Su Zimo could not hold on any longer. After all, he had expended too much stamina in the battle against Yun Ting and the four paragons. Even with the help of the extreme speed divine power, his speed gradually slowed down. However, the many ghost faces behind him closed in continuously and howled, letting out shuddering wails. "I told you, you can't escape." Before long, the black-robed old man's voice sounded in Su Zimo's ears. It was as though someone had blown a cold breath into his ears. Instantly, Su Zimo's hairs stood on end. Without hesitation, he summoned the hell suppression tripod and shielded it behind him. However, a menacing ghost face penetrated the hell suppression tripod and struck his back heavily. Although the hell suppression tripod was strong and indestructible, it could not defend against essence spirits and souls. However, the ghost immortal was condensed with souls from head to toe. The ghost faces he released also possessed the power of souls. Bang! Su Zimo shuddered and spat out a mouthful of black blood. An extremely terrifying power burst forth from the ghost face and surged into Su Zimo's body, engulfing his limbs, bones, and organs. The coldness was chilling to the bones, and Su Zimo could not help but shudder. His face was pale, and his lips were purplish as he staggered forward. Even walking became difficult, let alone movement techniques. "I'm probably going to die in the Emperor's tomb today." Su Zimo's eyelids were heavy, and his vision turned blurry as he sighed internally. He had already used up all his trump cards and was on the brink of death. Now, even the hell suppression tripod could not save him. Chapter 2010 Soul Lantern. Chapter 2010 Soul Lantern. The black-robed old man's laughter sounded once more. "Stop struggling. Even if I don't attack, you're dead." The power of the curse of the Emperor's tomb has already seeped into your organs and bones after being struck by my ghost face. You're already a dead man, hee. When the black-robed old man realized that Suzimo was already a bird in a cage, he was no longer anxious and merely followed closely behind Suzimo, smelling the scent of this fresh soul with an intoxicated expression. Suzimo bit his tongue gently and tried his best to stay awake. Under normal circumstances, their cultivation realms were very low and the power of the curse would not seep into their bodies after entering the Emperor's tomb. That was the reason why they had the chance to purge it and survive. Once the curse of the Emperor's tomb seeped into his flesh, he would be in danger, let alone seep into his organs and bones. However, the black-robed old man was only half right. The power of the curse of the Emperor's tomb had indeed seeped into Suzimo's flesh and tainted his organs and bones. But, as though it was blocked by some power, it could not continue deeper. Suzimo did not give up. Gritting his teeth, he continued forward. However, the black-robed old man became impatient. Let's see how much longer you can last. The black-robed old man sneered, and his black robes swayed. Hundreds of ghost faces fell and flew toward Suzimo, drowning him instantly. The ghost faces opened their mouths and bared their sharp teeth, biting Suzimo. With every bite, the green lotus essence spirit dimmed. Without waiting for the black-robed old man to attack, those hungry, ghost-like faces alone could devour Suzimo cleanly. Right then, Suzimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled something. He took out a jade talisman from his storage bag and held it in his palm. The jade talisman emitted a glow that enveloped him. Ah! The ghost faces that were initially gnawing on Suzimo released their bites, one after another, as though they were in immense pain. They let out tragic cries and turned to flee. In the blink of an eye, the ghost faces flew out of the radius of the jade talisman's light. Green smoke billowed from the ghost faces, and their auras were clearly much weaker. Suzimo obtained a rare breather and could not help but perk up, looking at the black-robed old man with widened eyes. The black-robed old man's expression darkened. When he saw the light emitted by the jade talisman, he was clearly wary. However, he did not stop and said slowly, "Do you think that this thing can stop me?" The black-robed old man approached continuously and arrived at the edge of the jade talisman's radius. He paused for a moment before striding in. Sizzle! The light of the jade talisman enveloped the black-robed old man and let out a series of strange sounds. However, it was clear that his foundation was not injured. As the two of them approached, Suzimo suddenly raised his hand and threw the jade talisman in his hands towards the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man extended his walking stick and flicked it gently, knocking the jade talisman to the ground. He did not stop and continued walking toward Suzimo, getting closer and closer. Seemingly flustered, Suzimo took out a pile of dermic treasures from his storage bag and threw them towards the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man had a mocking expression as he waved his walking stick casually and knocked down the dermic treasures one after another. He did not notice that among the dermic treasures there was one that Suzimo did not touch with his hands. Instead, it was wrapped with robes and threw out among the many dermic treasures. It was a dim bronze lantern that looked ordinary. The black-robed old man waved his walking stick casually and struck the bronze lantern. However, he suddenly shuddered and his expression changed. His eyes widened with fear and his body trembled uncontrollably with increasingly stronger convulsions. To think that this lantern is actually in your hands. The black-robed old man's voice trembled. He waved the walking stick in his hands vigorously, as though he wanted to throw the bronze lantern off. However, the bronze lantern seemed to be stuck to the walking stick and could not be flung down. What Su Zimo thought of earlier on was not the jade talisman, but this bronze lantern. Previously, he merely touched the bronze lantern, and his essence spirit was almost absorbed. If not for the Buddhas that appeared and chanted the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, he would have been killed by a bronze lantern. At the bottom of the bronze lantern was the word soul. Therefore, Su Zimo guessed that the bronze lantern might have something to do with the soul. That was not the only strange thing about the bronze lantern. Although it had been in the emperor's tomb for countless years, it was not tainted by the curse of the emperor's tomb at all. In fact, even the hell suppression tripod could not devour it. Right now, the bronze lantern had indeed done something extraordinary. Ah! Suddenly, the black-robed old man shrieked with a ruthless glint in his eyes. He extended his left hand and severed his right arm decisively. His right arm and walking stick fell at the same time. Although the black-robed old man lost an arm and suffered severe injuries, he was at least free from the threat of the bronze lantern. Su Zimo had been paying attention to the situation the entire time and could not help but feel shocked when he saw that. If the black-robed old man were to break free, he might be the one to die. At that moment, it was already too late for him to pick up the bronze lantern. Suddenly, Su Zimo's eyes flickered as he noticed something unusual. There was a faint glow at the bottom of the bronze lantern. Unknowingly, a thin layer of oil had accumulated in the lantern. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Without hesitation, he channeled his extremely weak essence spirit and released a feeble spirit consciousness flame. Or rather, it could only be considered as a spark. However, that spark caused a change when it landed in the lantern. Phew! With a whoosh, a small flame ignited in the lantern and enveloped the black-robed old man with a golden glow. Ah! Before the black-robed old man could escape, he encountered such an unforeseen event and could not help but cry out tragically. The fear in his eyes had reached its limits as he shrieked repeatedly, "Soul lantern! You actually ignited the soul lantern." Ah! The golden flame of the bronze lantern did not burn the black-robed old man directly. However, when the golden light around the flame landed on the black-robed old man, golden flames were ignited from head to toe from the inside out and could not be extinguished. In the blink of an eye, the golden flames devoured the black-robed old man completely. The black-robed old man's tragic cries deteriorated rapidly as well. In just a few breaths, the black-robed old man had already vanished completely and his essence spirit was destroyed by the golden flames. Su Zimo looked at everything in a daze, dumbfounded. Earlier on, he merely released a spirit consciousness flame in a flash of inspiration. To think that it would create such a terrifying scene. Is this a soul lantern? Su Zimo murmured softly, "It's impressive indeed. Souls are completely helpless against the envelopment of this lantern." That power did not come from the soul lantern's flame. If the black-robed man, a powerful ghost immortal, was burned into ashes by the light released by the flame, how terrifying was the power of the actual flame? Chapter 2011, Purification. Chapter 2011, Purification. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that the reason why the tiny golden flame was so terrifying was not because of the essence spirit fire he released. Or rather, that wasn't even any essence spirit fire. At best, it was an essence spirit spark and was almost useless. However, because his spark ignited the thin layer of oil in the lantern, it released the power of the soul lantern. However, where did the oil come from? When he first obtained the soul lantern, he could clearly see that there was only the word soul in the lantern without any oil. Furthermore, even if there was lantern oil, it would have dried up after countless years. Su Zimo stared at the soul lantern and fell into deep thought. A moment later, a thought flashed through his mind. Soul. Although the black-robed old man severed his arm in time, much of his soul was still absorbed by the soul lantern. There was a high chance that it became the lantern oil in the soul lantern. This was an ancient bronze lantern that could only burn with lantern oil condensed from souls. That should be the origin of the name Soul Lantern. That was not the only thing that shocked Suzumo. The flame of the soul lantern burned the black-robed old man's soul. However, familiar faces appeared in the surrounding void. Those faces were no longer menacing or terrifying. They transformed into human forms and bowed deeply in the direction of the soul lantern before looking at Suzumo gratefully and bowing as well. Thereafter, the faces vanished completely. Suzumo looked at everything in a daze and was enlightened. A moment later, he gradually understood. Over the years, the black-robed old man had devoured countless souls to cultivate to this point. Those souls were controlled by the black-robed old man and could not enter reincarnation. But now that the black-robed old man was burned to death by the soul lantern, it was equivalent to purifying the souls and allowing some of them to be freed and be reborn. That was the reason why those souls bowed to the soul lantern and expressed their gratitude to him. At that moment, the soul lantern was still burning. Although the golden flame was extremely small, it seemed like it would never extinguish and was filled with a golden glow. Actually, Suzumo was also standing in the light of the soul lantern's flame. However, the power of the soul lantern did not cause any damage to his essence spirit. Suzumo could not confirm the reason either. It might be because his spirit consciousness flame had ignited the soul lantern. That was why the light of the flame did not hurt him. A dharmic treasure like this soul lantern must have long gained sentience, if even the hell suppression tripod could not devour it. It was also possible that the soul lantern had sensed the aura of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra from him previously and did not hurt him. However, Suzumo was certain that he had yet to fully control this soul lantern. Perhaps his cultivation realm was not high enough, or his essence spirit was not condensed enough. In any case, when he tried to touch the soul lantern, he could still sense a strong warning of danger. Of course, Suzumo was in no hurry. He still had much time and opportunities in the future to slowly explore the secret of this soul lantern. If he still failed after he became an earth immortal, he would try again when he was a heaven immortal. One day he would be able to control this soul lantern completely. Up till now, the soul lantern could not be considered as a trump card and was not of much help to him. That was because he could not control the soul lantern and could only roll it up with his robes. It was too easy for others to resolve it. Any immortal art, divine power, or dharmic treasure of the other party could knock down the soul lantern. The reason why the black-robed old man was killed by the soul lantern was mainly because it caught him off guard. Furthermore, the black-robed old man was a ghost immortal and was completely formed from souls. Even the walking stick in his hands was transformed from souls. For the black-robed man, the soul lantern was practically his natural enemy. Right then, Suzumo suddenly realized something. He could not sense the power of the curse of the Emperor's tomb while standing under the envelopment of the soul lantern flame's light. It was as though a vacuum forbidden ground had been formed within the radius of the soul lantern flame's light, and even the curse of the Emperor's tomb could not penetrate it. Pissed. Suzumo was secretly alarmed. That was a little impressive. The reason why this curse was terrifying was because even immortal emperors were not spared and died to it. Furthermore, there were 2 Emperor Realm experts. But now, the flame of the soul lantern could actually repel the curse of the Emperor's tomb. What was the origin of the soul lantern? Strange. Suddenly, Suzumo recalled something. According to the immortal emperor, he should have obtained this soul lantern long ago. If so, how did the immortal emperor die from the curse? Right then, Suzumo suddenly felt dizzy. His body swayed slightly and he almost fell to the ground. Earlier on, he was struck by one of the black-robed old man's ghost faces, and his back was mangled with his organs shaken. That was nothing. Given the regeneration capabilities of the Green Lotus True Body, he would recover before long. It was mainly the power of the curse that seeped into his flesh. Earlier on, Su Zimo was tense and suppressed the curse of the Emperor's tomb temporarily. Now that he was slightly relaxed, the power of the curse burst forth completely and began to corrode continuously, seeping into his organs and even his marrow. Su Zimo finally understood why the immortal emperor died under the curse. Although the flame of the soul lantern could block the curse of the emperor's tomb, it could not purge the curse in his body. Su Zimo felt weak all over and could not even support his body as he knelt on the ground. If anyone else was around, they would be able to clearly see that green spots had already grown on Su Zimo's face and skin in a terrifying manner. The curse of the emperor's tomb exploded completely in his body, destroying his life force. Green spots appeared on Su Zimo's bones. Right now, the reason why he could hold on and maintain his clarity was because the Green Lotus True Body had a powerful bloodline and was constantly regenerating blood to fight against the power of the curse of the Emperor's tomb. However, everything would be over if the power of the curse seeped into his marrow. At that time, his marrow would be tainted by the curse of the Emperor's tomb, and the bloodline created would carry the power of the curse. Su Zimo would be completely devoured by the curse of the Emperor's tomb and die. Su Zimo realized the danger he was in, but was helpless. Although he still had half a 7-glow immortal ginseng, it was useless. The 7-glow immortal ginseng could revive the dead and regrow flesh. No matter how serious the injuries were, one could be healed. However, it was useless against curses. Initially, he could have purged the curse of the Emperor's tomb with the bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body. But now Su Zimo's blood chi was weak from the consecutive battles, and his stamina was depleted. Coupled with the fact that he was severely injured by the Ghost Immortal, the curse of the Emperor's tomb seeped into his flesh, organs, and limbs. Even with the bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body, he could not defend against it. Su Zimo's body trembled slightly, and the green spots on his face intensified in a terrifying manner. His life force drained continuously without stopping. Even in his consciousness, the creation Lotus platform gradually stopped spinning. Su Zimo had already used up all his trump cards in this series of battles, and there were no methods that could help him tide through this calamity. The curse of the Emperor's tomb was still corroding his organs and marrow wildly. Su Zimo's limbs were already tainted by the curse of the Emperor's tomb. However, for some unknown reason, the curse of the Emperor's tomb could not seep into his marrow still. It was as though there was a strange power in his marrow that was blocking the curse of the Emperor's tomb. Su Zimo's head was spinning and his consciousness was blurring. He could no longer sense the changes. Chapter 2012 Thunderbones Strengthening. Chapter 2012 Thunderbones Strengthening. Suddenly, a deafening sound of instant thunder sounded in Su Zimo's mind, waking him up from his stupor. A strange change was happening within the Green Lotus True Body. A blinding light burst forth from his marrow. Accompanied by thunder, bedazzling electric arcs appeared from his marrow and coiled around his jade green bones. As time passed by, the thunder became louder and more terrifying as the power of thunder released from the Green Lotus True Body increased. Before long, the Green Lotus True Body's body was filled with lightning. The lightning was so strong that even the curse of the Emperor's tomb could not defend against it. This is... Su Zimo was completely awake with a shocked expression. How could there be such a pure and terrifying power of thunder in his body? Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of something. Back in the 10 Absolute Hell, the first thing the Thunder Emperor did after breaking free from the shackles was to send the shattered Tao fruit into his body and seal it. The Thunder Emperor had once told him that given his current cultivation, it was difficult for him to absorb and refine the Tao fruit fragments completely at the moment. However, they might be able to help him in the future. And now the continuous stimulation of the curse of the emperor's tomb caused the sealed power of thunder to explode completely. The curse of the emperor's tomb was related to one's cultivation realm. Suzimo was only a grade 9 black immortal, and the power of the curse he was tainted with was not strong. However, the power of thunder sealed in his body was incomparably terrifying. It was conjured by the Thunder Emperor's shattered Tao fruit. This was the Tao fruit of the supreme, perfected immortal. Even though it was already shattered, it possessed an unimaginable might. The curse of the emperor's tomb that Suzimo was tainted with could not defend against the baptism of the power of thunder at all, and was forced to retreat in defeat. If not for the soul lantern's flame, the curse of the emperor's tomb outside would definitely produce an even more terrifying curse power to fight against the lightning. Eventually, Suzimo would be tainted by the even more terrifying curse of the emperor's tomb and would definitely die. But now that the soul lantern was burning and the light of the golden flame isolated the curse of the emperor's tomb outside, the curse in Suzimo's body was purged by the surging lightning before long. The green spots on Suzimo's face faded, and his bones regained their jade green color. They were crystal clear, and his bloodline was pure and flawless. Green mist seeped out of his pores continuously. The green mist was conjured by the curse of the emperor's tomb and left the green lotus true body. Not long after it was enveloped by the flame of the soul lantern, it gradually disappeared and was refined by the soul lantern. Suzimo stood up and lightning surged in his body, baptizing his body, bloodline, limbs, organs, and cleansing the curse of the emperor's tomb. The danger of the curse of the emperor's tomb was completely resolved. However, the power of thunder released by the Tao fruit fragments was way too turbulent. If they were not guided for refinement, even the green lotus true body would be destroyed. However, this was no longer a crisis for Suzimo. If he could refine and guide the power of thunder, he would definitely break through to the earth essence realm. Even his green lotus true body might be able to break through once more and grow to grade 10. Under normal circumstances, breaking through in the emperor's tomb was equivalent to courting death. That was because once one broke through to the earth essence realm, the power of the curse of the emperor's tomb would increase as well. There was a high chance that a grade 9 black immortal would survive after leaving the emperor's tomb. If he broke through to become a grade 1 earth immortal, he would be doomed. But now Suzimo was cultivating with ease, and even chose to break through. Within the range of the soul lantern's flame, it was not corroded by the curse and was equivalent to a paradise in the emperor's tomb. Even if he broke through to the earth immortal realm here, he would not be tainted by the curse of the emperor's tomb. The danger was resolved and the situation had turned around completely. This crisis was already a rare opportunity for Suzimo. Suzimo reared his head and howled into the skies with an endless might of thunder. The lightning in his body could no longer be suppressed and was about to spill out. Without hesitation, Suzimo assumed a lotus position and recited the Void Thunder Manual silently. Many insights imparted by the Thunder Emperor flashed through his mind. Only the Void Thunder Manual could control, absorb, and refine the power of thunder. In the Void Thunder Manual of the Upper World, in order to refine his body and bloodline, the Thunder Emperor created a Thunderbone strengthening secret skill to derive the Thunder bloodline. And now, Suzimo's mind was completely immersed in the bone's strengthening secret skill. Lightning surged around Suzimo and almost transformed into a sea of lightning. It was blinding, and Suzimo's figure became blurry and indistinct. However, as time passed by, Suzimo's understanding of the Thunderbone's strengthening secret skill deepened, and he could refine and absorb more power of thunder. The range of the sea of lightning gradually shrank. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month. Suzimo had been sitting in a lotus position in the sea of lightning the entire time. His eyes were closed, and he did not move, as though the world had stopped. The sole lantern flame at the side flickered from time to time, and the oil in the lantern was also being consumed slowly. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, almost a year had passed since Su Zimo and the others entered the emperor's tomb. Above a desert, a purple figure advanced alone. Although she was expressionless, she looked around from time to time, as though she was searching for something. Tang Zi. Her injuries had long healed. In the past half a year, she had been to many places, searching for Su Zimo. However, the emperor's tomb was like a broken world that was way too huge and boundless. Back then, Su Zimo and the black-robed old man were too fast, and she did not know where they ran to. Trying to find someone in the emperor's tomb was equivalent to searching for a needle in a haystack. Sigh. Tang Zi lowered her head slightly and sighed. Actually, she had already vaguely guessed that Su Zimo was most likely doomed. There was almost no chance of escape after being targeted by a ghost immortal in the emperor's tomb. Furthermore, Su Zimo was at the end of his road after consecutive battles. How could he escape the pursuit of the ghost immortal? She had not known Su Zimo for long. However, for some unknown reason, she felt sad at the thought that Su Zimo would be buried in the emperor's tomb without a corpse left. I owe you too much, but I'll probably never get the chance to repay you. Tang Zi murmured softly. Right then, the entire emperor's tomb suddenly shook. A series of explosions sounded from the firmaments, as though the skies were about to collapse. It's time to leave. Tang Zi glanced at the firmaments and chanted internally, as though she was bidding farewell to Su Zimo. The emperor's tomb would not stay in a place for too long. If she was not wrong, this commotion should be a premonition that the emperor's tomb was about to escape into the void and leave divine firmament mainland. Although she had a teleportation talisman that could return to the prince's residence, if the emperor's tomb escaped into the endless void, even if she had a teleportation talisman, she would not be able to break through the restrictions of that space and would stay in the emperor's tomb forever. She wanted to leave. She had something more important to do. Chapter 2013, Trinity Auspicious Jade. Chapter 2013, Trinity Auspicious Jade. On the other side of the emperor's tomb, the sea of lightning around Su Zimo had already been absorbed by the green lotus true body, and there was an extremely terrifying power in his body that could spew out at any moment. At that moment, lightning coiled around every single jade green bone in Su Zimo's body, and electric arcs circulated in his marrow. Even his new bloodline contained a wisp of the might of thunder. He had attained greater mastery of the Thunder Bones strengthening section. This was something that the Thunder Emperor had painstakingly comprehended with his lifetime's learnings. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even with Su Zimo's endowment, it was impossible for him to cultivate this secret skill to greater mastery without hundreds or thousands of years. There were two main reasons why he was able to attain greater mastery of this secret skill within a year. First, the Thunder Emperor imparted his cultivation technique without holding back. The second was the Tao fruit fragments sealed in Su Zimo's body by the Thunder Emperor. Although they were only fragments and there was not much power left after hundreds of thousands of years, there were still many comprehensions and insights left behind by the Thunder Emperor. By refining the Tao fruit fragments, Su Zimo had inherited the Thunder Emperor's cultivation insights completely and did not even need to comprehend them again. It was as though he was enlightened and comprehended everything instantly. Initially, it was only the green lotus true body. Su Zimo's physique and power of bloodline were almost invincible among his peers. Now that the Thunder Bones were mastered, the physique and power of bloodline of the green lotus true body increased exponentially as well. Su Zimo believed that if he were to face Yunting again, he could suppress the latter even without using his bloodline. Of course, that was only an ideal situation. After all, Yun Ting's cultivation would not stagnate either. Yun Ting had suffered a huge loss this time round. As long as his Tao heart was not affected, his cultivation would definitely advance. Everything else aside, if Yun Ting could control his bloodline phenomenon, it would be enough to cause him immense trouble. At that time, if the two of them met again, it was unknown who would win. Su Zimo's gains after cultivating for more than half a year were not limited to this. When he refined the Thunder Tao fruit, he mastered the Zephyr Thunderwings as well. This meant that his movement technique could increase by another level, and even ordinary Earth immortals would have difficulty catching up to him. On the other side, after this period of time, the refinement of the Hell Suppression Tripod was almost over. The third tripod wall was about to be repaired. The pattern that appeared was the sacred beast, the black tortoise. Those gains and improvements were not enough. Su Zimo did not stop cultivating. He wanted to break through to the Earth Essence realm in one go. In Su Zimo's consciousness, the phantoms of Buddhas appeared and the voice of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra chanted continuously as the creation Lotus platform spun rapidly. In his consciousness, a golden Buddhist light and green light shone together like a pure land of the immortal kingdoms. An essence, spirit, sat on the pure land. Su Zimo's bloodline circulated and the sound of a tsunami could be heard. The sound of the tsunami was extremely shocking and contained the sound of thunder. It was majestic and deafening. Everything was ready except for an opportunity. Suddenly, on the other side, the Hell Suppression Tripod trembled slightly, and an ancient life force emanated from the third tripod wall. The black tortoise sacred soul above suddenly opened its eyes and released a divine light that entered Su Zimo's consciousness. That divine light was the opportunity. Like a stone that caused 1,000 layers of waves, the divine light entered his consciousness, causing the golden light of Buddhism and the green lotus glow to shine brightly and interweave continuously. Ah! Su Zimo reared his head and held into the skies. The heaven and earth essence chi in his body surged continuously and rose rapidly to its limits. Thereafter, as though he had broken free from some shackles, his body felt lighter. He could clearly sense that his lifespan had doubled to 200,000 years. The green lotus true body could accumulate even richer heaven and earth essence chi. With a single deep breath, essence chi surged into his body. He had broken through. Earth essence realm. The transformation was not over yet. In his consciousness, the creation lotus platform changed as well. All the lotus petals fell off and regrew, forming a gigantic white flower bud. After the green lotus true body obtained the 7 glow immortal ginseng, thunder Tao fruit, and other supreme utmost treasures, he underwent a transformation as well. The thunder bones and green lotus bloodline. Grade 10. Grade 10 green lotus true body. Su Zimo felt that every single move he made seemed to possess endless power that could shake the world. Right then, in his consciousness, the flower bud on the lotus platform began to blossom and circles of lotus petals bloomed one after another. After the 9th circle, another circle of lotus petals appeared. The number of lotus holes on the lotus platform increased to 90 as well. The creation lotus platform had already advanced to grade 10. At that moment, the lotus flower bloomed and a green lotus essence spirit sat on the lotus platform. Flawless, the green lotus essence spirit was incomparably condensed. Its cultivation realm had already reached the terrifying level 3 earth essence realm. The green lotus essence spirit was surrounded by 90 green lotus seeds that transformed into rays of Tao light. It was filled with a faint fragrance and was like a god that had descended upon the world. The strangest thing was that the green lotus essence spirit was holding a jade green weapon. Su Zimo had never seen this jade weapon before. It was as though after his breakthrough, The jade weapon was born alongside the newborn lotus platform and appeared on the lotus platform at the same time as the green lotus essence spirit. I got it. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Back when his green lotus true body broke through to grade 9, a similar situation happened and the 9 heavens living soil was born. Now that the green lotus true body had grown to grade 10, another unique treasure was born. Su Zimo was delighted. Ever since the 9 heavens living soil appeared, it was extremely powerful and mysterious. Its defense was unparalleled and unpredictable, born from chaos. More importantly, the 9 heavens living soil was a part of the creation green lotus to begin with. As his cultivation realm increased, the might of the 9 heavens living soil would increase as well. Now that another jade weapon was born, it was definitely not weaker than the 9 heavens living soil. Right then, a piece of information flashed through Su Zimo's mind, similar to the inheritance memories of the creation green lotus. However, the information was incomplete and merely gave a rough introduction of the origin of the jade weapon. Trinity Auspicious Jade. Su Zimo murmured softly and focused his gaze. The head of the auspicious jade one was in the shape of an auspicious cloud with 3 dim beads. According to the inheritance memories of the creation green lotus, the 3 beads had a powerful background as well. They were condensed from the essence of the sun, moon, and stars in the chaos and corresponded to heaven, earth, and man. They were blessed by the heavens and were born together with the Tao. That was also the origin of the Trinity term. On the handle of the auspicious jade, there were 9 5-clawed golden dragons of different forms with towering horns. The 9 golden dragons possessed their own divine charms and were lifelike, as though they were traveling through auspicious clouds. The scales, whiskers, and claws on their bodies were clearly visible. Faint golden lights shone on the dragons' bodies as they reared their heads, wanting to soar through the clouds and overturn rivers and oceans. The dragon whiskers fluttered, the eyes were open in an enraged manner, and the scales and claws were sharp. Their massive dragon bodies stirred the wind and clouds and shook the world. This small jade weapon revealed an unstoppable and domineering aura. The end of the auspicious jade was in the shape of a lingji with strange patterns drawn on it. Its momentum was fluid as water and contained endless mysteries that were difficult to read. Chapter 2014 Exposed. Chapter 2014 Exposed. The Emperor's Tomb. Tang Zi looked at the deserted desert and lowered her head slightly. Even though she had already made up her mind to leave this place, she was still hesitant and disappointed. After a long silence, Tang Zi pursed her lips and finally took out the teleportation talisman from her storage bag. She rubbed it gently and tore it apart. The talisman shattered and released a tremendous amount of energy, tearing the void in front of her. The crack engulfed Tang Zi instantly and closed slowly. After a moment of dizziness, Tang Zi suddenly felt her body lighten, as though she was flung out of the spatial tunnel. She controlled her body hurriedly and maintained her balance before landing on the ground. Without looking, Tang Zi knew that she had already returned to Prince Yuan's residence and was in the hall they left from previously. However, 100 of them left this place a year ago. But now, she was the only one who had returned. The hall was silent and seemed empty. Suddenly, Tang Zi felt a strong gaze coming from the front of the hall. It was searing and was staring at her fixedly. She was all too familiar with that brazen gaze. There was only a single person in the residence of the prince. Prince Yuanzhua, you're back. Prince Yuanzhua's voice sounded faintly without any emotions. Tang Zi had a calm expression and was unmoved. She raised her head and looked over before bowing slightly. Greetings, Your Highness. Rise, there's no need for formalities. Prince Yuanzhua nodded slightly. Although Prince Yuanzhua was looking forward to it, he was trying his best to contain himself. He looked at Tang Zi with a burning gaze and took a deep breath before saying slowly, "I've been waiting here for the past year without leaving the entire time. I hope you can bring me good news." The fact that Prince Yuanzhou waited here for a year for the jade talisman was proof of how important it was. Unfortunately, Tang Zi could not help but think of Su Zimo again. However, she composed herself very quickly and said with cupped fists, "Sorry to disappoint you, Your Highness. We found the jade talisman, but could not bring it back." When he heard that, Prince Yuanzhou felt incomparably disappointed and his expression darkened. Tang Zi said the others died in the emperor's tomb in order to fight for the jade talisman. "I already know about that." Prince Yuanzhou said indifferently, "I have the hunting ranking in my hands with your spirit consciousness imprints on it. If you guys die, I'll know right away." Tang Zi was silent. Prince Yuanzhou pondered for a moment and asked, "Earlier on, you said that you found the jade talisman in the emperor's tomb. Tell me about the process." Tang Zi did not hide anything and roughly described everything that happened after entering the emperor's tomb. Her narration was filled with half-truths. For example, she lied about how the 2 old servants died. She did not hide anything that was unimportant and even recounted everything in detail. In fact, she did not hide the fact that she fought against the 4 paragons and Su Zimo fought against Yun Ting in the hall at the end. In the end, Su Zimo obtained the jade talisman. However, the commotion here attracted a ghost immortal. Tang Zi said, "Su Zimo abandoned me and escaped alone. Right now, he should have been killed by the ghost immortal. I searched for more than half a year, but could not find his corpse. I don't know where the jade talisman is either." To Tang Zi, Su Zimo was already dead. Even if she described this matter truthfully, it would not affect anything. Instead, it would be easier to convince Prince Yuanzhou and gain his trust. "What did you say?" When Prince Yuanzhou heard the news, he was delighted. He slammed the table and stood up, asking again, "You mean to say that Su Zimo obtained the jade talisman?" Tang Zi felt that something was amiss. However, she could not change her words at that moment and could only grit her teeth. "Yes. However, he's definitely dead after being hunted down by the ghost immortal." Ha 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 ha. Prince Yuanzhou burst into laughter with ecstasy in his eyes. "The heavens are truly on my side. Su Zimo isn't dead at all. Once he returns, the jade talisman will be mine. He's not dead." Tang Zi was stunned and in disbelief. Prince Yuanzhou burst into laughter. The fact that Su Zimo's spirit consciousness imprint is not extinguished on the hunting ranking means that he's not dead yet. When she heard that, Tang Zi's eyes lit up and her heart surged with endless joy. Immediately, she was worried again. If Su Zimo was not dead, he should be returning soon. When he returned, Prince Yuanzhou would definitely ask him for the jade talisman. She had not known Su Zimo for long, but she already understood his personality. In order to procure the jade talisman, Su Zimo fought against Yun Ting with all his methods and escaped death after being hunted down by the ghost immortal. He was probably not going to give it up obediently. If Su Zimo were to resist, Prince Yuanzhou would definitely kill him. At that thought, Tang Zi's heart was filled with killing intent. Initially, she wanted to continue hiding beside Prince Yuanzhou and wait for an excellent opportunity to attack. But now, if Su Zimo were to appear, there was a high chance that he would get himself killed. At that time, she would be forced to attack as well, and the situation would be even more chaotic and terrible. However, what were her chances if she attacked now? None of the maidservants who were initially with Prince Yuanzhou were in the hall today. This seemed to be a rather good opportunity. Although Tang Zi was expressionless, her heart stirred. "Aren't you going to attack?" Right then, a mocking voice sounded. "Feng Zi, what are you waiting for?" Tang Zi was shocked and almost could not help but exclaim. After all, She had cultivated the Tao of assassination all year round and was resolute. She calmed down rapidly and raised her head to look at Prince Yuanzhua, asking, "Are you talking to me, Your Highness?" "Of course." Prince Yuanzhua sat in the hall and looked at Tang Zi with a fake smile. "There's only the two of us here." "I didn't hear you clearly earlier on, Your Highness." Tang Zi's expression was unchanged as she said, "In addition, you seem to have called me by the wrong name, Your Highness." "Fufu, I wasn't wrong." Prince Yuanzhua chuckled and said, "How can I address the dignified, supreme, perfected immortal, Feng Xantian's biological granddaughter wrongly? You're not someone who ascended from the lower worlds at all. Your surname is Feng, not Tang." Feng Zi was silent, and there were still no emotions in her eyes. "When did you discover it?" Feng Zi knew very well that, even if she continued pretending, she would only be a laughing stock. It was useless, and she no longer hid anything. "Initially, I did not notice you at all." Prince Yuanzhua smiled gently and said, "However, I saw the scene of you entering the 10 absolute hell. Of course, at that time, I did not take you to heart either. I merely thought that you were a survivor of Remnant Night and was of no threat until Feng Cantillon escaped." Chapter 2015 Bird in a Cage. Chapter 2015 Bird in a Cage. At the mention of Feng Cantillon, there was still a hint of fear in Prince Yuanzhua's eyes even after a year. However, that hint of fear disappeared before long. Right now, King Tianqing was not the only one in pursuit of Feng Cantillon. His elder brother, the heir of King Jin, had already laid an impenetrable trap and was prepared to kill Feng Cantillon personally. Feng Cantillon was severely injured and had no way of escaping the great Jin immortal kingdom. Once his tracks were exposed, he would definitely die. He was no longer a threat. He didn't escape. Feng Zi was expressionless as she said, coldly, he broke free from the 10 absolute hell and killed 10 perfected immortals. He crushed absolute Thunder City and left openly. Fufu. Prince Yuanzhua smiled and shrugged his shoulders, saying indifferently, "It doesn't matter. The outcome will be the same. Right, you might not know it yet, but my older brother, King Angshiwan, came out of seclusion because of this and even tracked down Feng Cantillon and injured him. Although Feng Cantillon escaped again, he won't be able to hold out for long." At the mention of King Angshi, Feng Zi shuddered and her eyes were filled with endless resentment. Even with her temperament, she could not control her emotions when she heard that name. She lost her cool and said word by word, "The heir of King Jin." Feng Zi grit her teeth, as though she wanted to tear the heir of King Jin apart. "Oh!" Prince Yuanzhua slapped his forehead and said in realization, "Look at my memory. I actually forgot that my brother once killed your parents personally. I'm truly sorry." Prince Yuanzhua apologized on the surface, but his eyes were filled with mockery. The more Feng Zi lost her composure, the more he felt accomplished. "Sigh, it's not my brother's fault." Prince Yuanzhua shook his head gently, as though he felt pity and sighed. "It would have been fine if you sinners had known your place after Feng Cantillon was suppressed. Why did you have to set up an assassination group called Remnant Night to specifically assassinate people of the royal family? Aren't you just courting death?" Feng Zi clenched her fists and tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart. She knew that Prince Yuanzhua was deliberately angering her. Feng Zi's fingernails had already pierced her palm and blood flowed out, but she was not afraid at all. Prince Yuanzhua continued, "Don't be angry. Back then, my brother was only at the perfected immortal realm and was of the same cultivation realm as your father. It was a fair battle between them, and your father died because he was weak. It's nothing much." "Nonsense." Feng Zi shouted, "Back then my mother was captured by a trap set by you guys. The heir of King Jin used my mother to force my father to appear and fight him. So what? At the very least, that battle was watched by everyone, and my brother won fair and square. If he wanted to kill your father, given his status as the heir, there's no need for him to do it personally. Prince Yuanzwa sneered. Fair and square? Fair and square. Fengzi seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Prince Yuanzwa fiercely. She was so furious that her entire body was trembling. If Su Zimo saw this, he would definitely be shocked. In his opinion, Fengzi would definitely not reveal such emotions, even if something major happened. Suddenly, Fengzi closed her eyes and no longer looked at Prince Yuanzwa. A moment later, she gradually calmed down. When she opened her eyes again, there were no longer any emotions and her expression was calm. A look of regret flashed through Prince Yuanzwa's eyes. Initially, he thought that Fengzi could no longer control herself and was about to attack him. To think that Fengzi would regain her composure with her strong willpower. Prince Yuanzwa was in no hurry and continued. Furthermore, I didn't notice you at first. However, because Feng Cantillon escaped, I realized that someone must have helped him. I know the layout of the 10 absolute hell the best. Without external help, there's no way Feng Cantillon can break free. I had my men check on your identity again immediately. Yes, no matter how realistic your disguise is, as long as we check carefully, there will always be flaws. Fengzi understood. Prince Yuanzwa thought that she was the one who assisted Feng Cantillon in breaking free from the 10 absolute hell. However, in reality, she did have the plan, but it failed. Even up till now, she was at a loss and did not know how Feng Cantillon escaped or what happened in the 10 absolute hell. Of course, since Prince Yuanzwa recognized the wrong person, she would not explain either. Prince Yuanzwa smiled. You've already hidden yourself very well and carefully. Unfortunately, I still saw through you. TSK. Actually, it was a coincidence that Fengzi's identity was exposed. If Feng Cantillon had not escaped, she would not have attracted Prince Yuanzwa's attention. Since you discovered my identity long ago, why didn't you kill me? Fengzi asked. Prince Yuanzwa smiled gently. I could use you to enter the Emperor's tomb by retaining you. Why should I be in a hurry to kill you? You're a bird in a cage that will never be able to escape my grasp. Fengzi was silent. She had to admit that she had underestimated Prince Yuanzwa. This person had long seen through her identity, but did not reveal any flaws or alert her. On the surface, this person looked like he was indulging in pleasures and wine. However, he was extremely scheming and controlled everything without batting an eyelid. The fact that this person was not scared out of his wits when Feng Cantillon wreaked havoc in absolute Thunder City and escaped was proof of his guts. King Jin had many descendants, but not every one of them could be conferred a county to rule over. Most of them merely had titles. From that, it could be seen that Prince Yuanzwa was extraordinary. Fengzi could not be blamed either. Although Prince Yuanzwa was at the Earth Essence realm, he was truly not outstanding among the many princes. Furthermore, Prince Yuanzwa had a notorious reputation as a prodigal son. Naturally, Fengzi looked down on him. After chatting with you for so long, the curse of the Emperor's tomb in your body should be mostly purged, right? Prince Yuanzwa looked at Fengzi with a fake smile, as though he knew her thoughts and actions like the back of his hand. In reality, that was the case as well. The reason why Fengzi questioned Prince Yuanzwa for so long was to buy time. She was only at the Black Essence realm, and the curse she was tainted with did not pose much of a threat. She circulated the Void Thunder Manual, and the power of thunder was born from her thunder bones, purging the curse of the Emperor's tomb from her body before long. Of course, her motive for stalling for time was not only to resolve the hidden ailment of the curse. She wanted to break through to the Earth Essence realm in one go. Fengzi could have broken through to the Earth Essence realm a long time ago. It was only because she wanted to enter the 10 absolute hell and meet Feng Cantillon that she suppressed her cultivation realm the entire time. Later on, Feng Cantillon broke free and entered the Emperor's tomb. With those series of events, she had no chance to break through at all. If she broke through after being cursed in the emperor's tomb, it would be equivalent to courting death. Now that she had returned to the prince's residence and purged the curse of the emperor's tomb, all the obstacles on Fengzi were clear. The essence qi in her body surged towards the barrier of the earth essence realm. Chapter 2016 Mayfly Shaking a Tree. Chapter 2016 Mayfly Shaking a Tree. Boom! A loud bang seemed to have sounded from Fengzi's body. The barrier shattered. Fengzi took a deep breath of air, and an endless stream of heaven and earth essence qi surged into her body, washing through her flesh, tendons, bones, and organs as her strength increased rapidly. Lightning coiled around her body, and her aura rose continuously. Wow! Prince Yuanzhu pretended to be surprised and clapped with a smile, praising, "You've broken through. Not bad." He allowed Fengzi to break through right in front of him as though he had no intention of attacking. On the contrary, he had a smile the entire time and looked at Fengzi with a mocking expression. It was not because he was careless and underestimated his opponent. It was because, even though Fengzi had broken through to the earth essence realm, she could not do anything to him. If it was any other time, Prince Yuanzhu would not have entangled himself with Fengzi and would have killed her long ago. Today, Prince Yuanzhu was overjoyed when he knew that Su Zimo had obtained the jade talisman and was about to return. It was a rare moment of interest, and he wanted to play with Fengzi. Time slowly passed. Breaking through such a major cultivation realm usually required a process of adaptation. When Fengzi saw that Prince Yuanzhu did not attack, she did not act rashly. Instead, she continued to absorb heaven and earth essence qi and baptized her body and essence, spirit, to stabilize her cultivation realm. Suddenly, in a flash, Fengzi charged towards Prince Yuanzhu at an astonishing speed, and there was only a faint shadow in midair. Ha 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 ha. When Prince Yuanzhu saw Fengzi attack, he stood up as well and raised his head in laughter. He was unmoved against Fengzi's figure and did not even look at her. He merely channeled his spirit consciousness, and iron walls suddenly descended around the hall. Fengzi's figure collided with Prince Yuanzhu and dissipated without causing any ripples. That figure was merely an illusion and had long been seen through by Prince Yuanzhu. Fengzi's true form had long hidden itself and fled towards the exit of the hall. As an assassin, she naturally had her own judgment of the situation. She knew very well that, even though she had already broken through to the earth essence realm, she was definitely not a match for Prince Yuanzhu in a head-on fight. The reason why she broke through to the earth essence realm was because she wanted to increase her chances of escaping. "I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Why do you want to leave?" Prince Yuan's mocking voice sounded. Immediately after, the iron walls fell and smashed onto the ground with a deafening bang. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Fengzi summoned her dark daggers and stabbed them heavily against the iron walls. However, a series of sparks flew and only left a faint white scar on them. With that collision, Fengzi's concealment technique was dispelled as well, and her figure appeared. Even though she had already advanced to the earth essence realm, she could not break through the defense of the hall. Furthermore, all her thoughts and actions seemed to be under Prince Yuanzhu's control. Prince Yuanzhu walked down slowly from his seat towards Fengzi with a smile. "Look, I specially asked the maidservants around me to leave so that I can create a rare opportunity for you to assassinate me. If you want to leave without even attacking me, aren't you letting down my goodwill?" Prince Yuanzhu's smile was chilling and filled with incomparable confidence. Fengzi glared at Prince Yuanzhu in silence. Prince Yuanzhu gradually retracted his smile and said slowly, "So what if you break through to the earth essence realm? So what if you're good at assassination? Today, I'll teach you a principle. In the face of absolute strength, No fancy tricks can withstand a single blow. The moment he said that, Prince Yuanzhou released the might of his spirit consciousness and suppressed Feng Zi like a tsunami. Feng Zi's expression changed, and her body swayed, almost knocked down by Prince Yuanzhou's spirit consciousness pressure. The difference was too great. If her spirit consciousness was a pond, Prince Yuanzhou's spirit consciousness was like a lake. The distance between the two of them closed continuously. In the blink of an eye, Prince Yuanzhou had already arrived before Feng Zi. In fact, he was less than an arm's length away and was extremely close. Feng Zi was expressionless. However, she suddenly opened her mouth and let out an ear-piercing cry that sounded like an immortal wail. The heaven and earth essence chi around her rippled like water because of that voice. Sound domain secret skill, immortal whale sound. At the same time, Feng Zi released her blood chi with all her might, and lightning surged in her body. Her aura rose to its limits, and she broke free from the pressure of Prince Yuan's spirit consciousness. She raised her hands, and her sleeves fluttered. Two pitch-black beams of light flashed almost imperceptibly. The dark daggers were already in her hands. One stabbed towards Prince Yuan's chest, while the other stabbed towards his face. May. Prince Yuanzhou did not dodge or avoid. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a word. Feng Zi shuddered and felt her ears buzz. The voice in her mind reverberated endlessly. Fly. Feng Zi bit the tip of her tongue gently, and the dark daggers in her hands continued to stab towards Prince Yuan's vitals. Prince Yuanzhou spoke again and spat out a second word. With a bang, Feng Zi's mind went blank and she froze on the spot, as though she was struck by lightning. The dark daggers were less than an inch away from Prince Yuan's chest and face. As long as she prodded gently, given the sharpness of the dark daggers, they would definitely be able to pierce Prince Yuan's vitals. However, she was shocked and turned feeble from Prince Yuan's words. Her blood chi had already dissipated. Shaking, Prince Yuanzhou spoke once more. A series of crackling sounds came from Feng Zi's body. Her bones were shattered by Prince Yuanzhou, and she was in extreme pain. Her face was pale, and her blood chi reversed, causing her to almost collapse to the ground. A tree. Prince Yuanzhou opened his mouth and said the final words. As though she was struck by an unimaginable force, Feng Zi's body was sent flying and smashed against the cold wall of the hall with a bang. After a brief pause, it slid down slowly. Feng Zi felt as though her tendons and bones were about to split and her organs shifted. Opening her mouth, she spat out a mouthful of blood with a dispirited expression. Mayfly shaking a tree. Although it sounded slow, Prince Yuanzhou said those words in the blink of an eye. Right from the beginning, he did not even move a single finger. He merely spat out words and severely injured Feng Zi with the terrifying power of his sound domain skill. Prince Yuanzhou came before Feng Zi and looked down at her, saying indifferently, "Even if you break through, you'll only be at the level 1 Earth Essence realm. I've already cultivated to the level 7 Earth Essence realm. That's a difference of 6 cultivation realms. What do you have to fight me with?" Chapter 2017 Return. Chapter 2017 Return. The Emperor's Tomb. Su Zimo had benefited way too much from this trip to the Emperor's Tomb. Apart from treasures such as the mysterious Jade Talisman, Soul Lantern, and 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng, his cultivation had also broken through a major cultivation realm and reached the level 1 Earth Essence realm. He had only ascended to the upper world for slightly more than 1,000 years. Even the personal disciples of some aristocratic families and sects could not match his cultivation speed, let alone the native living beings of the upper world. At the same time, the health suppression tripod repaired the 3rd tripod wall, and the pattern of the sacred beast, the black tortoise, appeared on it. Su Zimo even obtained a secret skill passed down from the black tortoise sacred soul. However, he had yet to divert his attention to cultivate. The green lotus true body advanced to grade 10 and gave birth to a treasure, the Trinity auspicious jade. He was even more curious about that treasure. At that moment, Su Zimo was studying the jade weapon while stabilizing his cultivation realm. For a moment, he forgot where he was. Although he had obtained some inheritance memories of the creation green lotus and knew that the jade weapon was called the Trinity auspicious jade, he had to figure out its use himself. Su Zimo's mind was completely immersed in the Trinity auspicious jade. He felt that the treasure was extremely mysterious, and the more he explored, the more he could sense the immense power behind it. After a long time, Su Zimo finally discovered one of the miraculous uses of the Trinity auspicious jade. He was secretly delighted when he felt a vibration and jolted awake from his cultivation. The emperor's tomb was shaking violently, and the world spun. Countless starlight fell from the firmaments, and the ground cracked, as though the apocalypse had arrived. Su Zimo realized that the emperor's tomb was about to leave divine firmament mainland and escape into the void. Without hesitation, he took out the teleportation talisman from his storage bag and tore it apart. A spatial tunnel appeared behind him and devoured him before disappearing from the emperor's tomb. Green Cloud City, Prince's residence. Fengzi leaned against the wall weakly. She was severely injured by Prince Yuan's sound domain secret skill. Right now, her blood qi was dissipated and her tendons and bones felt like they were about to split. The pain was unbearable, and she could not even stand up against the pressure of Prince Yuan's spirit consciousness, let alone complete the assassination. The difference in strength between them was way too great. If it was a secret assassination attempt, she might have a chance of winning. Now that her identity was exposed and she was forced to fight Prince Yuan's head-on, she had no chance at all. Given your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for you to tell Feng Santian's intentions, right? Prince Yuan's looked down at Fengzi and said slowly, the reason why he broke free from the cage but did not take you away was because he was worried that he would implicate you if he was hunted down. Fengzi remained silent. Actually, she had not seen Feng Cantian at all. To be precise, Feng Cantian did not even know that a granddaughter like her existed. Feng Cantian had been suppressed in Absolute Thunder City for hundreds of thousands of years, and she was only a few thousand years old. The two of them had never met before. Feng Zi's closest kin were her parents and master. However, she had heard too many legends about Feng Cantian, and the person she admired the most was this grandfather she had never met before. Feng Cantian had been suppressed for too long. Even if he was alive, he did not have much lifespan left. Feng Zi knew in her heart that if she did not head to Absolute Thunder City, she might not have the chance to see her grandfather personally in her lifetime. That was also the reason why she wanted to barge into the 10 Absolute Hell to meet Feng Cantian despite the immense danger. Indeed, Feng Cantian did not disappoint her for this trip to Absolute Thunder City. In fact, it was even more majestic and unparalleled than the image she had conjured in her mind. That prideful and invincible aura was something that no one in the world could match. Her grandfather was free. This was the only thing that could make Feng Zi happy in thousands of years. Although she was about to die, Feng Cantian survived. She had even witnessed her grandfather's peerless glory personally and had no regrets in her life. At that thought, Feng Zi laughed. She could no longer remember how long it had been since she smiled happily. Perhaps there had never been a smile on her face after her parents died. At that moment, her smile was a little amateurish, but exceptionally beautiful. It was like a new touch of green in the early spring, like a blossoming plum blossom in the cold winter. You can still smile. Prince Yuan's shook his head gently and said, I'm curious. Feng Cantian has already escaped, but you didn't take advantage of the chaos to escape. Instead, you came to my side and wanted to assassinate me? Fufu, what exactly do you want? My brother was the one who killed your father, and King Tianqing was the one who suppressed Feng Cantillon. Why are you looking for me? The smile on Feng Zi's face gradually disappeared as she glared at Prince Yuan so coldly. That's because you deserve to die. I'm going to let King Jin and the heir of King Jin experience the pain of losing their kin as well. Feng Zi planned for a long time before deciding on Prince Yuanzhua as her choice of target. Firstly, Prince Yuanzhua was not old and could be considered as one of King Jin's youngest sons. Although his cultivation was not high, he was entrusted with a heavy responsibility by King Jin. It was clear that he had a high status in the latter's heart. Second, among the many princes, Prince Yuanzhua's cultivation realm was not high and the success rate of his assassination was higher. Prince Yuanzhua had a disdainful expression as he waved his hand gently. His robes expanded dozens of feet and wrapped around Feng Zi's neck a few times like a nimble python before tightening. Feng Zi's body was lifted slowly by the sleeves of the robes. Instantly, her face turned bloodshot and her lips turned purplish. Her neck was almost snapped by Prince Yuanzhua. Clang! Feng Zi's hands were weak and she could not even hold on to the dark daggers, allowing them to fall to the ground. As long as Prince Yuanzhua tightened his robes with a single thought, he would be able to kill her. Bitch, you're still too inexperienced to want to kill me. Prince Yuanzhua glared at Feng Zi and sneered. I'll kill you first today. In a few days, I'll get that old dog Feng Cantillon to accompany you. At that time, your family can reunite in hell. It'll be lively, ha ha ha. Prince Yuanzhua burst into laughter. Just as he was about to kill Feng Zi, a strange energy fluctuation came from behind him. Prince Yuanzhua glanced sideways. The void not far away from the hall cracked slowly, and a pitch-black spatial tunnel appeared with a sinister wind. When he saw that, Prince Yuanzhua's heart skipped a beat, and he was delighted. Su Zimo must have returned. Prince Yuanzhua stared at the spatial tunnel fixedly with an expectant expression. Indeed, before long, a figure fell out of the spatial tunnel and stabilized himself before landing steadily in the hall. The person had black hair and a slender figure. Dressed in green robes, he had refined features. It was Su Zimo. Good. Prince Yuanzhua looked at Su Zimo and was overjoyed as he praised repeatedly. Su Zimo, you did not disappoint me. Chapter 2018. How dare you? Chapter 2018. How dare you? Su Zimo returned to the main hall of the prince's residence and looked around. Thereafter, his gaze landed on Prince Yuanzhua and Tang Zi, and he frowned slightly. From the looks of it, Tang Zi had already attacked Prince Yuanzhua. This was a little rash and did not match Tang Zi's character. However, he did not know what else had happened. At that moment, Su Zimo was only at the level 1 Earth Essence realm. However, his essence spirit was already at the level 3 Earth Essence realm and could detect Prince Yuanzhua's cultivation. Level 7 Earth Essence realm. The difference was too great. Indeed, Su Zimo had the means to kill above his level. However, he had no chance of winning in a head-on fight with someone 6 levels above him. Even if he released the Pankati Dao fire, it would be useless. Your Highness, what's going on? Su Zimo asked expressionlessly. Prince Yuanzhua was in a great mood and laughed. You came at the right time. Let me reintroduce you. This slut surname is not Tang, but Feng. Feng. Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and already had a guess. Prince Yuanzhua continued. The same Feng as Feng Cantillon. Su Zimo pretended to be enlightened and asked, so, between her and Feng Cantillon, that slut is Feng Santian's granddaughter. She's hiding beside me with evil intentions and wants to assassinate me. Prince Yuanzhua said smugly. Unfortunately, not long after Feng Cantillon escaped, I found out about her identity. Su Zimo sighed internally and looked at Feng Zi deeply. He had long guessed that there might be a relationship between Feng Ziyi and the Thunder Emperor. That was the reason why he attacked and helped Feng Ziyi many times later on. However, he had not expected that Feng Ziyi was the granddaughter of the Thunder Emperor and was related by blood. Prince Yuanzhu continued, in addition, it was also because of this slut that Feng Cantian broke free. I see. Su Zimo nodded. When Prince Yuanzhu saw that Su Zimo had returned and was about to obtain the jade talisman, he was in a good mood and explained to Su Zimo patiently. At that moment, he could not wait any longer and urged, "Where's the jade talisman? Hurry and hand it to me." "All right." Su Zimo agreed without hesitation. He slapped his storage bag and took out the jade talisman, walking towards Prince Yuanzhu respectfully. Prince Yuanzhu looked at Su Zimo, who was gradually approaching, and suddenly became wary. Right then, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks as well. With a hesitant expression, he said in a low voice, "Your Highness, I've done a meritorious service this time round. Will I get any rewards?" "What rewards do you want?" Prince Yuanzhu asked with a fake smile. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly and said in a seemingly fearful manner, "If I may be so bold, Your Highness, please reward me with 10,000 essence spirit stones. Also. Previously, His Highness promised that the person who rendered meritorious services could choose from one of your maidservants. I wonder." When he heard that, Prince Yuanzhu sneered internally, and a look of disdain flashed through his eyes. The doubts that had just arisen in his heart vanished without a trace. In his eyes, Su Zimo was a lowlife who had never seen the world. He even asked for 10,000 essence spirit stones right away. What a joke! The value of the jade talisman could not be replaced even with 1 million or 10 million essence spirit stones, let alone 10,000. "Oh, you fancy one of my maidservants." Prince Yuanzhu chuckled. Su Zimo coughed twice and blushed. I took a liking to one." "No problem. After this matter is over, I'll reward you with whoever you fancy." Prince Yuanzhu waved his hand. "Thank you, Your Highness." Su Zimo's face was filled with joy as he hurried forward. Arriving before Prince Yuanzhu, he pretended to kneel and held the jade talisman with both hands, sending it towards the latter. Prince Yuanzhu reached out for the jade talisman excitedly. The moment he was about to touch the jade talisman, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Unknowingly, the smile on Su Zimo's face had already vanished. His gaze was like lightning, and his expression was cold and murderous. Suddenly, he bounced up from the ground at an extremely fast speed. With a push of his hands, his blood chi burst forth, and the sound of a tsunami surged in his body, almost drowning Prince Yuanzhu. Su Zimo's stance was the killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering. On the surface, he seemed like he was obedient. However, he was filled with killing intent. "You!" Prince Yuanzhu did not have time to react and could only raise his arm to block instinctively. Bang! Su Zimo's hands smashed heavily against Prince Yuanzhu's arm. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was extremely jarring. Prince Yuanzhu's arm was split into two by Su Zimo's hands. His broken bones pierced his flesh and were exposed, dripping with blood in a shocking manner. Although Prince Yuanzhu was a grade 7 Earth Immortal, he could not defend against the physique, bloodline, and thunderbones of the grade 10 Green Lotus True Body. "Ah!" Prince Yuanzhu shrieked. It was only now that he realized that Su Zimo had already broken through to the Earth Immortal realm. Su Zimo had just returned, and his entire attention was on the jade talisman. Naturally, he would not check on Su Zimo's cultivation realm. Furthermore, there was no way he could break through in the Emperor's tomb. That was secondary. What Prince Yuanzhu truly did not expect was that Su Zimo would dare to attack him so decisively without any hesitation. "How dare you?" Prince Yuanzhou roared and retreated without hesitation, wanting to distance himself from Su Zimo. No matter what, his cultivation realm was 6 realms above Su Zimo. Although his arm was snapped, Earth Immortals could regrow limbs by circulating their divine powers. That was not a serious injury. As long as he distanced himself, he would be far stronger than Su Zimo in terms of immortal arts, divine powers, and secret skills, and would definitely be able to suppress the latter. Prince Yuanzhou channeled his movement technique at an extremely fast speed. As he retreated, he prepared to tighten his robes and strangle Feng Zi to death. Swoosh! Right then, golden light and lightning flashed before his eyes. Immediately after, Su Zimo's figure appeared before him. Prince Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. There were 3 pairs of gigantic wings behind Su Zimo. At the top was a pair of gigantic golden wings. Second was a pair of zephyr thunder wings that were surrounded by lightning and flapped wildly. The smallest wings at the bottom were ethereal wings that were formed from heaven and earth essence chi. 3 pairs of wings burst forth at the same time. Even Prince Yuanzhou, a grade 7 Earth Immortal, was caught up by Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. You must have a death wish. Prince Yuan's gaze intensified as his fingers changed. He rapidly conjured hand seals and released an immortal art in front of him. A torrential wave was formed instantly and surged towards Su Zimo with a terrifying might. Su Zimo's figure swayed slightly and suddenly disappeared from Prince Yuan's sight. The next moment, when he appeared, he had already descended behind Prince Yuanzhou. True Dragon 9 Flashes. Chapter 2019 Blind. Chapter 2019 Blind. Arriving behind Prince Yuanzhou, Su Zimo conjured the great Chaos Essence Palm and slapped the latter on the head. If that attack could hit, even if it could not break Prince Yuanzhou's head, it could penetrate his bones and severely injure his essence spirit. If that attack could hit, even if it could not break Prince Yuanzhou's head, it could penetrate his bones and severely injure his essence spirit. Furthermore, Prince Yuanzhou's physique and bloodline could not compare to the Green Lotus true body. At that time, Prince Yuanzhou would not be able to escape unscathed if Su Zimo closed in and released a ferocious attack. A divine glint flashed through Prince Yuanzhou's eyes. When he saw Su Zimo disappear before him, his reaction was shockingly fast. He utilized a strange footwork and dodged the range of the great Chaos Essence Palm in a few steps. Be it in terms of experience or methods, a prince who could lead a region far surpassed cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Even though he had never seen the true Dragon 9 Flashes before, he still dodged Su Zimo's killing move with his mysterious movement technique. Su Zimo's gaze intensified. With a long howl, his figure flashed once more and vanished. The second flash. He must not let Prince Yuanzhou have any breathing room. Once the two of them distanced themselves, Prince Yuanzhou snapped out of his stupor and released various immortal arts, secret skills, and divine powers that Su Zimo could not defend against. The difference in their cultivation realms was still too great. Relying on that mysterious footwork, Prince Yuanzhou had just escaped from Su Zimo's great Chaos Essence Palm and was about to retaliate when Su Zimo's figure appeared beside him out of thin air once more. It's not over yet. Prince Yuanzhou had a furious expression and channeled his essence spirit to its limits. With every step he took, his feet sounded and cold sabers burst forth from his feet. That movement technique was King Tianqing's secret skill, the execution steps. Not only was the execution steps unfathomable, as long as one circulated a secret skill, they could condense a cold saber beam with every step and counterattack. It was extremely powerful. Initially, Prince Yuanzhou wanted to fight Su Zimo head-on. However, he had not expected Su Zimo to vanish once more. The third of the true Dragon 9 Flashes. This time round, Su Zimo circled behind Prince Yuanzhou. At that moment, it was the moment Prince Yuanzhou released his saber. Under normal circumstances, if Prince Yuanzhou relied on the execution steps, Su Zimo might not be able to injure him even if he used the True Dragon Flash 3 times. However, in his rage, he wanted to retaliate and kill Su Zimo. The moment he released the saber, his movement technique paused for a moment. That pause was almost negligible and had almost no effect. However, in a fight between experts, a single moment was all that mattered. Prince Yuanzhou released his saber, while Su Zimo used the True Dragon 9 flashes to appear behind him, slapping in reverse towards the former. Prince Yuanzhou had lost the initiative and could no longer dodge the palm strike. He could only try his best to avoid fatal damage. Bang! Su Zimo slapped Prince Yuanzhou heavily on the shoulder. The moment his palm landed, a gray fog surged out of his palm and changed rapidly, as though it was condensing something that entered Prince Yuanzhou's body. Prince Yuanzhou cried out in pain. His shoulder was almost shattered by Su Zimo, and he could not control his body as he lunged forward. On the other side, Fengzi felt the sleeves on her neck loosen slightly. Without hesitation, her spirit consciousness moved, and the 2 dark daggers on the ground jumped into her palms. A cold light flashed. Fengzi crossed her arms and cut off the sleeves of the robe around her neck, escaping. Prince Yuan's expression darkened. The moment Su Zimo attacked him, he wanted to strangle Fengzi to death. However, Su Zimo continued attacking and did not give him any chance. If he was slightly distracted, he might have been severely injured by Su Zimo earlier on, let alone strangle Fengzi to death. Prince Yuanzhou could no longer care about Fengzi. Comparatively, Su Zimo was way too much of a threat to him. As long as Su Zimo was dealt with, Fengzi would be nothing to fear. Prince Yuanzhou was struck by Su Zimo's palm and fell forward, increasing the distance between them. When he saw Fengzi escape, he ignored her and channeled his spirit consciousness, prepared to release divine powers and secret skills to kill Su Zimo. On the other side, Su Zimo flapped his 3 pairs of wings. His body shone with a golden light, and lightning surrounded him as he charged towards Prince Yuanzhou once more. Roar! Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his mouth and let out a dignified and terrifying roar from the depths of his throat. It contained a supreme will, as though he was looking down at all living beings and wanted to trample the world beneath his feet. Dragon Roar Secret Skill. Prince Yuan's cultivation realm was already at the level 7 Earth Essence realm, and this sound domain secret skill could not hurt him. However, at such a close distance, he shuddered when he was struck by Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill and was stunned on the spot. Before his divine powers and secret skills could be formed, they showed signs of dissipating. However, he regained his consciousness before long. His vision was shrouded by an incomparably blinding light, and he could not even open his eyes. Poof! The next moment, a beam of light shot into his socket. Visual technique, illumination eye. Ah! Prince Yuanzhou shrieked tragically with a tragic expression. His features were contorted in pain. His left eye was already blinded by the illumination eye, and his eyeball was completely shattered. However, no blood flowed out. The blood in his eye socket had long been burned and evaporated by the power of the illumination eye, leaving only charred marks. This was the level 7 Earth Essence realm. If it was any other Earth immortal, the illumination eye would most likely pierce their heads and even kill their essence spirits on the spot. But now, the illumination eye merely blinded one of Prince Yuanzhou's eyes. Die! Prince Yuanzhou roared. While he was severely injured, his remaining eye released a visual technique. An ancient blade shot out from his pupils at an astonishing speed. As though it had broken through the restraints of space, it arrived at Su Zimo's left eye instantly. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly and did not dodge or avoid the Dao visual technique. He attacked once more and slapped Prince Yuan Zhuo on the chest. Crack! Prince Yuan Zhuo's sternum was snapped by Su Zimo into multiple parts. A few broken ribs even pierced Prince Yuan Zhuo's heart, causing his blood qi to drain wildly. However, he grit his teeth and did not seem to care. He merely glared at Su Zimo coldly and said, "You have to pay with your life for blinding one of my eyes." Prince Yuan Zhuo was a grade 7 Earth Immortal. He was confident that Su Zimo would not be able to defend against his visual technique. The ancient saber condensed from the power of the visual technique was enough to pierce Su Zimo's left eye and enter his consciousness, destroying his essence spirit. As Prince Yuan Zhuo had expected, his visual technique ancient saber had indeed entered Su Zimo's left eye. However, it was as though a clay ox had fallen into the sea and vanished without a trace. In fact, there were no ripples at all. Su Zimo was perfectly fine. Chapter 2020 Lifespan Deterioration. Chapter 2020 Lifespan Deterioration. Initially, Su Zimo's left eye could have released another Dao visual technique, the Nether Glow Eye. However, after coming out of the lone island in the Emperor's tomb, something happened to his left eye. An extremely pure power of darkness lingered in his left eye. The Nether Glow Stone was in the ball of darkness power. However, no matter how Su Zimo probed, there was no result. When his spirit consciousness entered his left eye, it would be devoured and assimilated by the power of darkness and vanish. In other words, his Nether Glow Eye could no longer be released within a short period of time. However, Su Zimo knew very well. The power of darkness in his left eye was extremely terrifying. The scene on the lone island was still fresh in his memories. If not for the Nether Glow Stone, he might have died on the lone island. Therefore, when he sensed Prince Yuan Zhuo's visual technique piercing towards his left eye, Su Zimo did not choose to dodge. That action was a little risky. However, in reality, he had won the gamble. Prince Yuan Zhuo's visual technique entered his left eye and was devoured and assimilated by the power of darkness before long. In fact, he did not even feel anything. Good. When Prince Yuan Zhuo saw that, he was puzzled as well. However, he reacted quickly and glared at Su Zimo, sneering, "Inferior commoner of the lower worlds. Do you think that you can hurt me like this? You're way too naive." Prince Yuan Zhuo slapped his storage bag and took out a pill, swallowing it in a single mouthful. It was unknown what miraculous medicine that was. In just a few breaths, Prince Yuan Zhuo's body shone with endless vitality. His severed arm connected rapidly, and the bones in his chest gradually recovered. His blind eye was repairing, and his shattered heart had already stopped bleeding. He was a prince after all, and had way too many treasures on him. As long as Su Zimo could not kill him right away, there would be no more chances. Earth Immortals could regrow severed limbs to begin with, coupled with the medicinal effects of the immortal pill earlier on. Prince Yuan Zhuo's injuries healed at a visible speed. The difference in cultivation realm between them was too great. It was extremely difficult for Su Zimo to severely injure him and hurt his foundation. Su Zimo merely glared at Prince Yuan Zhuo coldly with a mocking gaze. The injuries on Prince Yuan Zhuo's body were indeed healing. However, his sideburns were already slightly white and his face looked old. Right then, Prince Yuan Zhuo noticed something amiss with his body as well. My lifespan. Prince Yuan Zhuo's eyes widened in shock. Initially, he was only more than 40,000 years old. For an Earth Immortal with a lifespan of 200,000 years, he was considered a young man. But now he was already more than 160,000 years old and only had less than 40,000 years to live. His age had increased by more than 120,000 years. How could this be? Prince Yuan Zhuo channeled his essence spirit continuously and released divine powers, wanting to recover his decreased lifespan. However, no matter what methods he released, there were no signs of recovery from the lifespan he lost. What exactly did you do? Prince Yuanzhua glared at Su Zimo as though he wanted to skin him alive. Su Zimo sneered. After his first exchange with Prince Yuanzhua, he realized that even the grade 10 green Lotus True Body could not severely injure the latter. Therefore, for the next two attacks, Su Zimo merely punched Prince Yuanzhua with his palm on the surface. However, in reality, he had condensed the greater divine power, times like a saber, both times, and released it on Prince Yuanzhua. Only the combat was intense at that time, and Prince Yuanzhua was severely injured consecutively. He was also blinded and did not notice the deterioration of his lifespan right away. It was only now that he realized the condition of his body. In a flash, Su Zimo charged towards Prince Yuanzhua once more. As long as Prince Yuanzhua was struck by the time saber, even if he was a grade 7 Earth immortal, he would die after expending his lifespan. Su Zimo circulated his secret skill, and 4 balls of flames suddenly appeared around him. Immediately after, the 4 balls of flames gathered and charged towards Prince Yuanzhua. Just as it was about to collide, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness released a spirit consciousness flame that entered the 4-colored flame. Pankati Dao Fire. Phew! The Pankati Dao Fire landed on Prince Yuanzhua and burned with raging flames. Suddenly, a terrifying power burst forth from the flames. Xing! Immediately after, a strange voice sounded. Prince Yuanzhua's figure appeared, and a raging tide burst forth from his body, suppressing the Pankati Dao Fire and gradually extinguishing it. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. The difference in cultivation realm was so great that even the Pankati Dao Fire could not make up for it. Amidst the green smoke, Prince Yuanzhua's expression was dark and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He conjured hand seals with both hands and walked slowly toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo was fearless. With a long howl, he released his innate divine power, the 6-tusk divine strength. The power of his blood chi, body, and essence, spirit surged. Although his cultivation realm was only at level 1 Earth Essence realm, his essence spirit was at the level 3 Earth Essence realm. Now, with the increase of the 6-tusk divine strength, the power of his essence spirit had increased exponentially and was at the level 4 Earth Essence realm. Even so, he was still 3 realms away from Prince Yuanzhua's essence spirit cultivation. Why? You want to use your essence spirit secret skill? Prince Yuanzhua shook his head with a mocking expression. You're playing with fire. You have a death wish. Before his sentence was finished, Prince Yuanzhua rapidly condensed an essence spirit secret skill and released it, charging toward Su Zimo. On the other side, Su Zimo's essence spirit secret skill was released as well. Furthermore, it was not just one. In a short period of time, Su Zimo condensed 4 essence spirit secret skills. The reverse scale, Gautama Dermic Seal 1, Spirit Vanquishing Whip, and Green Lotus Sword were released like raging tides and torrential rain. Prince Yuanzhua was initially filled with confidence. However, his expression changed instantly. His pupils constricted and he wanted to curse. However, he was beaten back by Su Zimo's 4 essence spirit secret skills. In normal essence spirit fights, both parties would release an essence spirit secret skill. He had never seen anyone who could release 4 essence spirit secret skills in one go. What sort of essence spirit could withstand such immense expenditure and burden? His essence spirit realm was indeed 3 levels higher than Su Zimo. However, his lifespan was severely depleted and he was already in his later years. His essence spirit was not as condensed as it was at its peak. Now, after one of his essence spirit secret skills collided with Su Zimo's 4 essence spirit secret skills, the void in the hall trembled violently and it was difficult to determine the victor. Both of them shuddered and hugged their heads with both hands, crying out in pain. Su Zimo was the green lotus essence spirit after all, and was nourished by the creation lotus platform. Although his essence spirit was shaken, his foundation was not injured. However, thin cracks appeared on Prince Yuan Zhuo's essence spirit. Inferior commoner, ant. Prince Yuan Zhuo was enraged and roared. Right then, a phantom-like figure appeared behind him. Expressionless, it gripped a sharp blade with both hands and arrived silently. Chapter 2021. So it was you. Chapter 2021. So it was you. Fengzi. She had long escaped, but she did not attack immediately. Instead, she waited patiently for an opportunity. Now that Prince Yuan Zhuo's lifespan was declining and his essence spirit was attacked, this was a rare opportunity. As a top-tier assassin, she would definitely not let it go. The dark daggers crossed and slashed towards Prince Yuan Zhuo's neck and head. Although the daggers were dark and sharp, they did not shine at all, as though they were hidden in the void. Fengzi did not even reveal any killing intent. The dark daggers seemed to have fused with Fengzi and were her arms. At the same time, Su Zimo's essence spirit recovered faster than Prince Yuan Zhuo with the nourishment of the creation lotus platform. He circulated the movement technique that could shrink the ground into inches and arrived before the ladder in a few steps. Su Zimo remained silent and flipped his palm, suppressing the top of Prince Yuan Zhuo's head. Two lowlife scram. Sensing danger, Prince Yuan Zhuo could not care less about the tearing pain from his essence spirit. He touched his glabella gently and pulled out a pitch-black scroll. Splash! Prince Yuan Zhuo unfolded the pitch-black scroll and surrounded himself. That was Prince Yuan Zhuo's destiny dermic weapon, the hunting ranking. The dark daggers did not manage to land on Prince Yuan Zhuo. Instead, they were blocked by the hunting ranking. The pitch-black canvas of the hunting ranking trembled slightly and released a tremendous recoil, sending the dark daggers flying and turning into two dark lights that entered the iron wall of the hall. The power was way too strong, and Fengzi's palm was torn. With a dull grunt, she was sent flying once more and spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Zimo slapped down, and the scarlet names on the hunting ranking suddenly burst forth with blood light. Su Zimo's name was among them. Poof! 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 The blood light was extremely terrifying and powerful. Even though Su Zimo's palm was a grade 10 creation green lotus, it was penetrated by the blood light. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed slightly as he retreated hurriedly. If he was enveloped by the blood light, his green lotus true body would be riddled with holes as well. The bloody hole on Su Zimo's palm emitted an extremely corrosive aura, wanting to continue corroding his entire palm. However, the creation green lotus had a powerful bloodline and shocking regeneration capabilities. Electric arcs even appeared from the wound on its palm to suppress the evil bloodlight of the hunting ranking. With the green lotus true body and thunderbones, the bloodied hole on his palm healed slowly. Fufufu ha ha ha. The hunting ranking hovered above Prince Yuan Zhuo's head. First, he sneered deeply before rearing his head in laughter. How dare you two ants try to kill me? Prince Yuan Zhuo grit his teeth. Although he was smiling, his eyes were filled with endless rage. As the son of King Jin and a prince who ruled over a region, it had been a long time since he had suffered such a huge loss. He could understand why Fengzi attacked him. After all, there was a deep feud between them. Furthermore, he had already exposed Fengzi's identity. Even if she did not attack, he would kill her. However, Su Zimo was nothing. How could a nobody who had ascended from the lower worlds dare to attack him? Furthermore, he was injured by this nobody. Prince Yuan Zhuo felt that his dignity was being provoked and humiliated. What was his identity? What was the identity of Su Zimo before him? One of them was high up and above, while the other was lowly and cheap. It felt as though a weak mantis had blocked his path and even injured him. One could imagine the rage in Prince Yuan Zhuo's heart. "You lowlife, who gave you the guts to attack me?" Prince Yuan Zhuo glared at Su Zimo with a ferocious gaze and asked with grit teeth, "Su Zimo, if you can leave, leave quickly. Don't worry about me." Feng Zi sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "He's already summoned the hunting ranking. We won't be able to hurt him with this dermic treasure protecting him." "That's not for sure." Su Zimo shook his head gently and continued walking towards Prince Yuan Zhuo. "All right." When Prince Yuan Zhuo saw that Su Zimo wanted to attack him, he laughed sinisterly. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Prince Yuan Zhuo pointed forward, and the hunting ranking above his head spun, flying toward Su Zimo. It released streams of bloodlight that wanted to devour Su Zimo completely. Su Zimo had a fearless expression, and his glabella opened up. A green light flew out and expanded rapidly in front of him, turning into a bronze square tripod that was half the height of a human. The bronze square tripod descended and exuded an ancient aura, as though it had transmigrated through the sands of time and emitted a strange glow. On 3 sides of the tripod there were lifelike patterns. The azure dragon circled, the vermilion bird bathed in flames, and a turtle and snake intertwined, revealing the patterns of 3 sacred beasts. The final tripod wall was shattered, and the pattern on it could not be seen at all. This tripod. Prince Yuan's was shuddered and felt that the bronze square tripod looked familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere before. When Feng Zi saw the bronze square tripod, she shuddered as well, as though she recalled something. "So it was you." Almost at the same time, Prince Yuanzhua and Feng Zi blurted out. A year ago, Feng Cantillon broke free from the 10 absolute hell and fought against 11 perfected immortals. He was suppressed by the absolute Thunder Divine Pillar in Absolute Thunder City and almost lost. It was also because Feng Cantillon summoned a broken bronze tripod out of nowhere that he managed to shatter the absolute Thunder Divine Pillar and retrieve the startling evil spear within to reverse the situation. The reason why Prince Yuanzhua and Feng Zi could not recognize it right away was because the health suppression tripod had repaired another tripod wall in the Emperor's tomb and was different from before. Prince Yuanzhua had always thought that Feng Zi was the one who helped Feng Cantillon escape. As for Feng Zi, she was utterly confused and did not know how Feng Cantillon broke free from the restraints of the 10 absolute hell. Both of them were extremely intelligent. The moment they saw Su Zimo summon the bronze square tripod, they understood many things. "So, you're also a survivor of Remnant Night." Prince Yuan's was said sternly, "That's perfect. I'll let the 2 of you die here today as a pair of lovebirds." The moment he said that, the blood light of the hunting ranking shone brightly and engulfed Su Zimo's figure. Enduring the pain from his essence spirit, Prince Yuan's would channeled the hunting ranking continuously. The blood light on it surged continuously and almost formed a blood sea. The hall was filled with a strong blood stench. Suddenly, 2 bedazzling divine lights burst forth from the blood sea and illuminated the surroundings like daylight, revealing the figure of the hell suppression tripod. On a tripod wall of the hell suppression tripod, the black tortoise that was initially closed had unknowingly opened its eyes. The 2 divine lights burst forth from the eyes of the sacred beast, the black tortoise, and possessed a supreme might that could not be offended. Chapter 2022 Not Dead? Chapter 2022 Not Dead. Even the sticky and grisly blood sea could not withstand the black tortoise's gaze. Splash! The black tortoise did not come out of the tripod wall at all. The moment it opened its eyes, the blood light on both sides seemed to be unable to defend against it and rumbled continuously, opening up a path. Su Zimo hid in the health suppression tripod and avoided the bloodlight of the hunting ranking. The health suppression tripod charged in and smashed towards Prince Yuanzhua. Arg! Prince Yuanzhua exclaimed in shock. A year ago, Feng Cantion controlled this bronze square tripod and shattered the absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. Although Su Zimo did not have Feng Cantion's strength, if he was struck by the bronze square tripod, he would most likely be smashed into pieces as well and would be doomed. Prince Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He controlled the hunting ranking with one hand and blocked in front of him. With his other hand, he slapped his storage bag and took out a defensive talisman, tearing it apart. Instantly, a defensive barrier was formed around him. Bang! When the hell suppression tripod collided with the hunting ranking, the pitch-black canvas collapsed instantly. Thereafter, it collided heavily against the defensive barrier before stopping. Prince Yuanzhua heaved a sigh of relief. Crack! 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 But soon he heard cracking sounds. Although he managed to defend against the hell suppression tripod, the defensive barrier on his body was shattered as well and cracks appeared. After a brief pause, it collapsed. When Prince Yuanzhua saw that, he already had the intention to retreat and was prepared to escape. However, the moment he turned around, he caught sight of a figure and was scared out of his wits. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had arrived behind him. Su Zimo wielded a gray saber in his hands. With a cold gaze, he sent the gray saber into Prince Yuanzhua's body. The two of them were so close that Prince Yuanzhua could not react at all. The fourth of the true Dragon 9 flashes. Actually, when Su Zimo broke through to the Earth Essence realm and his Essence Spirit reached the level 3 Earth Essence realm, he could already activate the fourth flash. However, he did not use that final flash earlier on. That was because he had not found the best opportunity. It was only when the hell suppression tripod shattered the defensive barrier and Prince Yuanzhua was still in shock that Su Zimo circulated his fourth flash and arrived behind Prince Yuanzhua before releasing a fatal blow. The gray saber that entered Prince Yuanzhua's body was the time saber. At this distance, Su Zimo naturally had other killing moves. However, he was worried that Prince Yuanzhua had other trump cards to protect himself. With that thought, he decided to release the time saber. No matter how many trump cards Prince Yuanzhua had, he only had slightly more than 30,000 years to live. Time is like a saber could sever 60,000 years of lifespan with a single slash. Prince Yuanzhua could not defend against it at all. Prince Yuanzhua's eyes widened as he glared at Su Zimo indignantly. His hair, beard, and brows turned white rapidly, and his face was old and filled with wrinkles. In the blink of an eye, he had already aged and was on the brink of death. His life force drained rapidly. That slash severed his lifespan completely. Prince Yuanzhua fell slowly beside Su Zimo's feet and died without a sound. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Given his cultivation, he could not defeat a grade 7 Earth immortal head-on. Apart from the health suppression tripod, true Dragon 9 flashes, and many other powerful trump cards. Luck was also involved. Prince Yuanzhua was caught completely off guard. Su Zimo. Right then, Feng Zi's voice sounded with a grim tone. Something doesn't seem right. Why? Su Zimo looked at Feng Zi and asked. Feng Zi was staring at Prince Yuanzhua's corpse with a strange expression. There seemed to be a hint of fear in her eyes. Instinctively, Su Zimo looked down. Prince Yuanzhua's corpse laid on the ground with grievances. His eyes were fixed on Su Zimo, and a strange smile appeared on his dead face. That smile was utterly chilling. Su Zimo could clearly and accurately detect that Prince Yuanzhua was indeed dead and there was no longer any life in his body. However, why would he reveal such a smile before his death? Right then, Su Zimo felt an extremely terrifying power surge out from the side. Su Zimo glanced sideways and his expression changed. The hunting ranking at the side floated up slowly and hovered in midair. Endless blood light surged from the blood words on it, and its aura rose continuously. How is this possible? Feng Zi murmured softly with a shocked expression. Under normal circumstances, now that Prince Yuanzhou was dead, his destiny dermic treasure no longer had an owner and could not circulate and float on its own. Unless Su Zimo and Feng Zi exchanged glances. Both of them thought of the same possibility. Yuanzhou isn't dead. Su Zimo said slowly with a grim expression. Fufufu. Right then, the blood light that burst forth from the hunting ranking interweaved continuously and gradually formed a blood-colored figure. Before his features could appear, a series of laughter sounded. It was the voice of Prince Yuanzhou. Su Zimo frowned. The laughter gradually died down, and the blood-colored figure was completely formed, identical to Prince Yuanzhou. You're smart. Prince Yuanzhou looked at Su Zimo and said slowly, what you killed earlier on was just a clone I cultivated. Do you guys think that I can rule over a county with just the cultivation of an earth immortal? Do you think it's just because of my father's love for me? You guys underestimated me. How dare two ants try to commit regicide? When she heard that, Feng Zi felt despair. Even the clone cultivated by Prince Yuanzhou was a grade 7 earth immortal. In that case, there was a high chance that his prime body was an expert at the heaven immortal realm. She was not the only one. Everyone underestimated this young prince. Prince Yuanzhou used this clone to show himself all year round, as though he was indulging in wine and did not have the mood to cultivate. However, the prime body was already an expert at the heaven immortal realm. The jade talisman was extremely important this time round. However, his prime body was in seclusion and did not appear. This was initially a secret of his. Now it was exposed by Su Zimo and Feng Zi. You two ants shall pay with your lives for destroying my clone. In midair, the blood-colored figure, Prince Yuanzhou, said coldly. Although the blood-colored figure was only conjured by his prime body's hunting ranking in seclusion and resembled a weapon spirit, it was enough to kill Su Zimo and Feng Zi. The power released by the heaven immortal expert when he channeled the hunting ranking was naturally far stronger than his earth immortal clone. Kill! Suddenly, Su Zimo hollered and channeled his spirit consciousness, blocking the hell suppression tripod in front of him. With a single thought, the black tortoise in the hell suppression tripod opened its eyes and crawled out slowly. Although the black tortoise's movements seemed extremely slow, every single step it took released an extremely terrifying and vast might. This is... Prince Yuan's expression changed starkly. He had not expected the pattern of the sacred beast, the black tortoise, in the hell suppression tripod to come alive and descend before him. Pissed, the black tortoise reared its head and howled. Prince Yuan's was shuddered. Unable to withstand the pressure of the sacred beast, the black tortoise, blood light burst forth from his body. Chapter 2023. Unable to escape. Chapter 2023. Unable to escape. The awakened sacred beast soul in the hell suppression tripod could even kill a top-tier heaven immortal expert. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, the heaven immortal Meiji was killed by the awakened vermilion bird sacred soul. Although Prince Yuanzhou was a heaven immortal expert, his prime body was not here all. However, because the hunting ranking was his destiny dermic weapon, he could control the power of the hunting ranking even from 5,000 kilometers away. But that power could not defend against the black tortoise sacred soul at all. Before the black tortoise sacred soul truly attacked, Prince Yuan's blood-colored weapon spirit was already unable to defend against it. The blood light around the blood-colored weapon spirit surged and trembled continuously, almost collapsing. In reality, the hunting ranking was a sentient Dermic treasure. Even if Prince Yuan's prime body did not descend personally, the weapon spirit of the hunting ranking was enough to kill the 2 Grade 1 Earth immortals, Su Zimo and Fengzi. However, for the sake of the Jade Talisman, he allowed Su Zimo to enter the Emperor's tomb. By some freak coincidence, the Hell Suppression Tripod devoured a large number of abandoned spirit treasures and repaired the 3rd tripod wall, awakening the Black Tortoise Sacred Soul. Even if Prince Yuanzhua racked his brains, he could not imagine such a change. After the Black Tortoise Sacred Soul cried, its cold gaze landed on Prince Yuanzhua's blood-colored weapon spirit as it crawled over slowly. Although the speed of the Black Tortoise Sacred Soul seemed slow, for some unknown reason, the blood-colored weapon spirit seemed to be rooted to the spot and could not move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the Black Tortoise Sacred Soul approached, and its massive body collided gently against him. Splash! The blood-colored weapon spirit collapsed on the spot and transformed into a blood sea once more. The blood sea was extremely corrosive. However, the turtle shell on the back of the Black Tortoise Sacred Soul was etched with mysterious marks that resembled ravines that contained the secrets of the universe. Buzz! At that moment, the marks on the Black Tortoise's Sacred Soul turtle shell shone with a bedazzling golden light that the blood sea could not approach. Not only that, the blood sea was sliced into pieces by the golden light and dried up rapidly. The remaining blood had weak auras and could not even take on the form of a weapon spirit. Turning into a blood beam, it entered the hunting ranking rapidly. Phew! The hunting ranking closed and reverted to a scroll. With a black flash, it wanted to escape from the hall. We can't let him leave. Su Zimo was alarmed. The moment he thought about it, the Hell Suppression Tripod seemed to have sensed something and descended from the skies, emitting an endless might that suppressed the hunting ranking. Boom! The 2 Dermic treasures collided, and the hunting ranking let out a tragic cry, crashing to the ground like a meteor. The Hell Suppression Tripod descended once more and reversed its head and legs. Its mouth was aimed at the hunting ranking and released a powerful suction force, devouring the hunting ranking into the tripod. The Black Tortoise Sacred Soul returned to the 3rd tripod wall, and the aura of the Hell Suppression Tripod surged. It was scorching within, and flames surged as it began to refine the hunting ranking. Ah, ah, ah! Prince Yuan's tragic cry sounded from the tripod. Su Zimo's expression was cold, and he was unmoved as he continued to refine the hunting ranking. Su Zimo, Fengzi, even if you 2 ants destroy my clone and Dermic treasure, you won't be able to escape. This is the residence, and my maidservants are outside. Those are 3,000 Earth immortal experts. Outside my residence is Green Cloud City, and it's heavily guarded. This is my territory. Just you guys wait. I have already come out of seclusion and will come personally. Once I arrive at Green Cloud City, I'll make life worse for you guys. Prince Yuan's voice was already intermittent towards the end. Before long, there was no more activity. The hunting ranking had already been refined by the Hell Suppression Tripod and turned into a small ball of red molten metal. Su Zimo's expression softened as he let out a long breath. He activated his spirit consciousness and put away the Hell Suppression Tripod. Fengzi was dumbfounded at the side. She had not expected that this tumultuous assassination attempt would end in such an outcome. If Su Zimo had not returned in time, she would not have been able to assassinate him successfully. Even if she could assassinate Prince Yuan's clone, she would be controlled by his prime body's hunting ranking and killed here. Fengzi took out a handful of elixir pills from her storage bag and swallowed them before struggling to stand up. I'm sorry I've implicated you. Arriving before Su Zimo, Fengzi lowered her head slightly, feeling a little guilty. Although Su Zimo killed Prince Yuan's clone, his Hell Suppression Tripod was exposed as well. even if he killed a clone of Prince Yuanzhua. That was merely tantamount to offending a prince. However, helping Feng Cantian escape was an unforgivable crime. The entire Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and even the various factions and experts of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain might try their best to kill Su Zimo. No one could endure the consequences, notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo was only a Grade 1 Earth Immortal. Even the Thunder Emperor who had escaped was not out of danger, and his fate was unknown. This has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much about it. Su Zimo shook his head gently. Even if you didn't attack, I would have attacked to kill Prince Yuanzhua. You? Feng Zi raised her head in confusion. The reason why she wanted to kill Prince Yuanzhua was because there was an irreconcilable blood feud between the two of them. However, why would Su Zimo want to attack Prince Yuanzhua? My spirit consciousness imprint is on his hunting ranking. Su Zimo said, if I don't erase this Dao spirit consciousness imprint, my every move and location in the future won't be able to escape his senses. That was equivalent to him being spied on by Prince Yuanzhua the entire time. Su Zimo would definitely not tolerate such a thing. Of course, although he intended to get rid of this hidden ailment, he had not expected to attack Prince Yuanzhua the moment he returned from the Emperor's tomb. At that time, Feng Zi's situation was critical, and he could not care less. The development of the situation later on had indeed exceeded Su Zimo's expectations. He had not expected that the person in the prince's residence was only a clone of Prince Yuanzhua. A prince had a noble status and had many trump cards. It was the same for both Yun Ting and Yuanzhua. It was way too difficult to kill a prince. In the end, Prince Yuanzhua's prime body controlled the hunting ranking and even wanted to kill the two of them. Left with no other choice, he could only summon the Hell Suppression Tripod. Naturally, Su Zimo knew what it meant for him if the Hell Suppression Tripod was exposed. However, he had no other choice. This was the prince's residence. If anything went wrong and alerted the guards, both of them would die here. Thankfully, this hall could be considered as the central hall of the prince's residence. The surrounding iron walls were extremely firm and soundproof. Although the fight was noisy, there was almost no activity outside. Right now, Su Zimo and Feng Zi were faced with another problem. How were they going to escape from the heavily guarded prince's residence or even Green Cloud County? They did not have much time left. Although they did not know where Prince Yuanzhua's prime body was in seclusion, he would definitely arrive at Green Cloud City before long. At that time, it would truly be difficult for them to escape. Chapter 2024 Miraculous Trinity Auspicious Jade. Chapter 2024 Miraculous Trinity Auspicious Jade. The hall fell silent once more, and the atmosphere was a little stuffy. The current situation was clear. As long as the two of them left the hall, they would definitely be discovered before long. At that time, neither of them would be able to escape from the prince's residence, let alone Green Cloud City. Although the Black Tortoise Sacred Soul on Su Zimo's Hell Suppression Tripod could kill Earth Immortal experts, there were not only Earth Immortals, but also Heaven Immortals in this prince's residence. There would definitely be perfected immortal experts presiding over Green Cloud County as well. It was impossible for the two of them to fight their way out. Feng Zi had a pitch-black paper umbrella that could turn her invisible. However, the pitch-black paper umbrella could only hide from the Mirage Eye. It was difficult for it to hide from the senses of Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals. This was not the 10 absolute hell where they could escape by turning into a butterfly or a flying insect. Any sudden appearance of any living being in the prince's residence would alert the guards. A moment later, Feng Zi pursed her lips and said softly, "Actually, Yuanzhua is not wrong. Even if we destroy his clone, we won't be able to escape." Su Zimo glared at the corpse of Prince Yuanzhua's clone, and a glint flashed through his eyes as he murmured, "Not necessarily." "What?" Fengzi was stunned and asked, "You have a way to escape?" "I can give it a shot." Su Zimo nodded. As he spoke, his face and figure began to change. His muscles twitched, and his body shone with a mysterious green glow. Fengzi looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, with disbelief in her eyes. In a few breaths, Su Zimo's face gradually resembled Prince Yuanzhua, and even his figure was changing. This is myriad transformations? Fengzi's eyes widened. However, she quickly denied that thought. The divine powers of transformation were the 36 transformations, 72 transformations, and myriad transformations. The 36 transformations was a lesser divine power that could transform into gravel, mud, water, and objects, turning into something lifeless. The 72 transformations was a greater divine power and could transform into living beings such as birds, beasts, flora, and insects. However, in order to transform into another person, one would have to release the supreme divine power, myriad transformations. After comprehending myriad transformations, one could transform into anything, from the Kuin and dragon races to insignificant specks of dust. Everything could be done with a single thought. After comprehending myriad transformations, it was difficult for cultivators of the same cultivation realm to differentiate between reality and illusion. Some races could comprehend that supreme divine power without cultivating it. Legend has it that among the ape race, there was a type of six-eared monkey demon that was extremely rare. However, once their innate divine powers were awakened, they could master myriad transformations directly. In order to cultivate the Tao of assassination, one had to master divine powers related to transformation. As a top-tier assassin, Fengzi naturally knew everything by heart. Myriad transformations was a supreme divine power, and Su Zimo was only a grade 1 Earth immortal. Even if his essence spirit realm was high, it was far from the level of a heaven immortal, and there was no way he could release myriad transformations. Furthermore, Fengzi could not sense any divine power from Su Zimo. Fengzi looked at Su Zimo in a daze and realized that she could not understand this person anymore. Actually, even if it was anyone else, they would not know what was going on, let alone Fengzi. In Su Zimo's consciousness, the creation lotus platform spun slowly. The green lotus essence spirit sat on it and waved a jade, green, divine jade weapon gently. That jade weapon was the Trinity auspicious jade derived from the advancement of the creation green lotus to grade 10. Each time the green lotus essence spirit waved the Trinity auspicious jade, the jade weapon would release a mysterious glow that enveloped the green lotus essence spirit. As for Su Zimo's body, it would undergo some changes and he would resemble Prince Yuanzhua more closely. In the end, even his green robes vanished completely and were replaced by a brocade robe. It was the same as what Prince Yuanzhua was wearing. The Trinity auspicious jade waved continuously. Su Zimo's brows, hair, and everything on his body were transforming into Prince Yuanzhua. The Trinity auspicious jade was extremely mysterious and possessed unimaginable abilities. Previously in the Emperor's tomb, Su Zimo did not cultivate the cultivation technique imparted to him by the Black Tortoise Sacred Soul, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra on the third wall of the Hell Suppression Tripod, the Void Thunder Manual, or research the Soul Lantern. Instead, he chose to explore the Trinity auspicious jade. It was because there were too many unfathomable mysteries in this jade weapon that made one immersed and unable to extricate themselves. Before returning, Su Zimo had already sensed that the Trinity auspicious jade had such an ability. This was his first attempt earlier on, and he was still a little rusty. Therefore, it took a little longer. If he could control it completely, as long as the Trinity auspicious jade waved and swiped gently, Su Zimo might transform into another person right away. After a while, Su Zimo had already disappeared and was replaced by Prince Yuanzhua, who was standing on the spot. If Fengzi had not witnessed this personally, She would not have believed that this Prince Yuanzhua was transformed from Su Zimo. What's going on? Feng Zi asked instinctively with a puzzled expression. Su Zimo smirked sinisterly and said in a frivolous tone, "Take a guess." With the augmentation of the Trinity auspicious jade, Su Zimo's voice was no different from Prince Yuanzhua's. However, Su Zimo could only rely on himself to imitate Prince Yuanzhua's attitude and tone. Feng Zi was stunned for a moment before shaking her head. Your voice is very similar, but your expression and tone are still slightly substandard. However, that slight difference was usually difficult to notice. Feng Zi had a preconceived notion after knowing Su Zimo's identity, and that was why she could notice the difference. Su Zimo said, "This is just a transformation after all. It's unrealistic to want to be able to imitate his characteristics in a short period of time. If he wanted to imitate someone's characteristics, he would have to observe them carefully at a close distance for a long time." How long had Su Zimo known Prince Yuanzhua? Furthermore, he rarely had the chance to come into close contact with Prince Yuanzhua. It was already rare for him to be able to imitate the latter to this extent. You want to pretend to be Yuanzhua and leave this place. When Feng Zi saw Su Zimo like this, she quickly guessed his intentions. "I can give it a shot," Su Zimo said deeply. "As long as I speak less, I should be able to hide from everybody without revealing any flaws." "Yes." Feng Zi nodded. If Su Zimo did not say anything, he would look exactly the same as Prince Yuanzhua. There was no difference at all. Feng Zi seemed to have thought of something and suddenly frowned. "No, there is still a loophole. Your cultivation realm is different from Yuanzhua. The Trinity auspicious jade could transform Su Zimo into Prince Yuanzhua's appearance and even change his voice. However, his cultivation realm could not be changed. That was indeed the greatest loophole of the plan." Su Zimo shook his head gently and analyzed calmly. "There's no need to worry. Given Yuanzhua's status, no one in Green Cloud City would dare to check his cultivation, let alone in the prince's residence." Chapter 2025, He's a Fake. Chapter 2025, He's a Fake. In the main hall of the prince's residence. The night was dark outside. More than 10 maidservants surveyed the surroundings and were walking over, discussing softly. "What's wrong with your highness? Why did he bring down the surrounding palace walls?" "I'm not sure. It's been a while, right?" "What else could it be? His highness must have taken a liking to that lass and is prepared to take her in. Who knows? By the time the palace walls are up, she might already be one of our sisters." A maidservant chuckled. Just as the maidservants were chatting and laughing, the door to the hall suddenly opened and 2 people walked out one after another. The man in front was dressed in brocade robes and was extremely handsome. There was a hint of cynicism on his face as he smirked with a sinister smile. The woman at the back lowered her head slightly. Her face was flushed and her hair was disheveled. Her clothes were torn, and she followed behind the man obediently. The man and woman were Prince Yuanzhua and Tang Zi. The maidservants hurried forward and knelt on the ground one after another, greeting respectfully, "Greetings, your highness." "Yes." Prince Yuanzhua nodded slightly and waved his hand casually. "You guys can leave first. I'm leaving the city. I have something to do." As he spoke, Prince Yuanzhua slapped his storage bag and summoned his carriage from within, sitting in it with Tang Zi. "Your highness, don't you need us to accompany you?" A maidservant was puzzled and could not help but ask. "There's no need. I'll summon you guys if there's anything." Prince Yuanzhua said coldly. His spirit consciousness moved and he activated the gigantic carriage, speeding out of the residence and disappearing from everyone's line of sight before long. After Prince Yuanzhua left, a maidservant smiled and said, "What did I say?" Although that Tang Zi has a stern expression and is cold all day long, she was still taken in by your highness. That's right. From the looks of it, the battle in the hall earlier on was extremely intense. In the crowd, a maidservant frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, "Why do I feel that His Highness is a little strange today?" "What's wrong?" another maidservant asked. "When he goes out usually, His Highness will definitely bring a group of us and make a grand entrance. Why is Tang Zi the only one brought today?" The maidservant was puzzled and shook her head. "I can't explain why, but I feel that there's something strange about Your Highness today. He's different from usual. Don't worry about it." Another person said, "Perhaps Your Highness is up to something. Given our status, it's none of our business. Let's not think too much about it." "True." The maidservants chatted for a while more before leaving. The Prince Yuanzhua that the maidservants saw was transformed by Su Zimo using the Trinity auspicious jade. Indeed, the maidservants who spent their days with Prince Yuanzhua could not see through Su Zimo's true self either. Su Zimo brought Fengzi and swaggered out of the prince's residence in front of many guards before heaving a sigh of relief. As he had expected, the guards of the prince's residence did not even dare to look at his carriage, let alone stop it. Just like that, Su Zimo and Fengzi destroyed Prince Yuanzhua's clone and left the heavily guarded Green Cloud City openly without encountering any obstacles. Su Zimo did not make use of the teleportation formation of Green Cloud City. If he used the teleportation formation to head elsewhere, he would definitely leave traces, and it would be easy for Prince Yuanzhua to track him. But now that the two of them had left Green Cloud City, no one knew which direction they had escaped to, and their chances of escaping would be much greater. After leaving Green Cloud City, Su Zimo arrived at an uninhabited forest. Dissipating his appearance as Prince Yuanzhua, he removed his eye-catching carriage and fled with Fengzi. Actually, if Su Zimo was separated from Fengzi, with the help of the Trinity auspicious jade, he could transform into any form he wanted, and Prince Yuanzhua would almost never be able to find him. The Trinity auspicious jade's ability looked similar to the supreme divine power, myriad transformations. However, in reality, in a certain aspect, the Trinity auspicious jade even surpassed myriad transformations. Myriad transformations was a supreme divine power. As long as it was released, it would consume one's essence spirit. This meant that one would have to expend their essence spirit to maintain their conjured form. No matter how condensed and pure one's essence spirit was, it could not last long. However, he would not have such considerations if he made use of the Trinity auspicious jade. As long as the green lotus essence spirit wielded the Trinity auspicious jade, he could transform into another appearance without expending any energy. The reason why Su Zimo did not separate from Fengzi was mainly because the latter was still severely injured. If he were to abandon Fengzi now, she would most likely be doomed once they were exposed. The night passed and day broke. A young and handsome man arrived outside Green Cloud City with a dark expression. He ignored the guards in the city and charged towards the prince's residence. "Prince Yuanzhua." "Strange. Why didn't your highness return in a carriage?" When the guards saw who it was, they found it strange, but did not dare to stop him. "Your highness, did something happen?" A commander of Green Cloud City hurried forward and asked in a deep voice. "Scram." Prince Yuanzhua was in a fit of anger and wanted to return to the residence right away to detain Su Zimo and Fengzi and torture them. He was naturally upset when he saw someone blocking him. With a wave of his robes, he struck the commander's heart-protecting mirror. Crack! The heart-protecting mirror shattered. The commander was sent flying far away and fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his expression changed. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Enduring the pain, the commander got up and shouted sternly, "Stop him!" Thereafter, the commander took out a warning talisman from his storage bag and tore it apart. The warning talisman exploded above Green Cloud City, causing the city to tremble as countless guards flew over. The surrounding guards gathered rapidly and blocked in front of Prince Yuanzhou. "How dare you stop me?" Prince Yuanzhou was already furious after his clone was destroyed. Now that the city guards dared to stop him, he revealed a shuddering, killing intent. Many guards were a little afraid of Prince Yuanzhou's gaze. Everyone was still at a loss. A guard could not help but ask, "Commander Yuan, what's going on? Why do you want us to stop His Highness Yuanzhou?" This. Humph. Commander Yuan glared at Prince Yuanzhou and sneered. "He's not His Highness at all. He's a fake." Ah. The surroundings were in an uproar. "Why do you say that, Commander Yuan? How could this be?" The guards were even more puzzled. Commander Yuan said in a deep voice, "As the commander of Green Cloud City, I'm a grade 9 heaven immortal. Our Highness is only a grade 7 earth immortal. How can he injure me just by waving his sleeves?" The power he released earlier on was clearly the power of a top-tier heaven immortal expert. The expressions of the guards changed gradually. Chapter 2026, empty. Chapter 2026, empty. More and more guards gathered and surrounded the place. Apart from Commander Yuan, the other commanders of Green Cloud City rushed over as well. When they saw Prince Yuanzhou in the crowd, their expressions changed slightly. "What happened?" a commander asked. Commander Yuan pointed at Prince Yuanzhou and said coldly, "This person released the supreme divine power of myriad transformations and actually took on the appearance of His Highness. He wants to infiltrate Green Cloud City with evil intentions." Fufufu. Prince Yuanzhou was so angry that he laughed. At that moment, he calmed down instead. Since Su Zimo and Feng Zi could not escape from Green Cloud City, there was no need for him to be anxious. The other guards of Green Cloud City sized up Prince Yuanzhou continuously and whispered. At the very least, they could not tell the difference on the surface. However, the spirit consciousnesses of the commanders swept across Prince Yuanzhou, and their gazes gradually turned cold. Everyone knew that Prince Yuanzhou was a grade 7 earth immortal. The person before them was a grade 9 heaven immortal. His appearance, voice, physique, and expression could be disguised. However, his cultivation realm could not. Fellow Taoist, since we're at this point, let's reveal our true bodies. A commander glared at Prince Yuanzhou and said coldly, "Once we give the orders, you won't even get the chance to explain." Commander Yuan sneered, "Cut the crap with him. Suppress him first and use the soul-searching art on him to see what he wants." "You want to suppress me? You even want to search my soul?" Prince Yuanzhou's expression was cold and his lungs were about to explode as he hollered, "How dare you! Get Jingyu to meet me." "Ha!" Commander Yuan sneered and mocked. "Why? Are you addicted to acting like our Highness?" Another commander could not help but laugh as well. "Your Highness's destiny dermic treasure is the hunting ranking. Take it out and let us take a look." "You guys..." At the mention of the hunting ranking, Prince Yuan's blood chi surged and his eyes turned red. He clenched his fists so tightly that they cracked. The hunting ranking had already been devoured by the health suppression tripod. How could he still have it? Ha 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 ha. When Commander Yuan saw Prince Yuanzhou like this, he burst into laughter and said mockingly, "Why? You can't continue acting, right? What happened?" Suddenly, a voice sounded not far away. "Perfected Immortal Jing, you walked over slowly through the void." After a year, Perfected Immortal Jing Yu had lost a lot of weight, and there was still a hint of worry on his face. In the past year, Feng Santian's matter had troubled him. "Greetings, County Governor." The commanders and many guards bowed. Prince Yuan's stood there with his head raised. His expression was cold and he trembled in anger. "County Governor, Someone pretending to be His Highness Yuanzhua has arrived in the city with evil intentions. Thankfully, I was careful and saw through his loopholes, stopping him." Commander Yuan stood out hurriedly and did not forget to claim credit as he recounted the matter. Others did not know the background of Prince Yuanzhua at all and did not know that he had cultivated a clone. Therefore, they had preconceived notions. However, Jingyu knew everything. "Your Highness." Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's expression changed when he recognized Prince Yuan's true body. He hurried forward and bowed, asking softly, "Isn't your true body in seclusion cultivation? What happened to alarm your true body?" The other cultivators were dumbfounded when they heard that. Their minds were in a mess, and they could not react in time. The commanders were the first to realize the truth and knelt down hurriedly with terrified expressions. The other guards followed suit and knelt on the ground. Only Commander Yuan stood rooted to the ground, unable to accept reality. Was the person he mocked earlier on truly His Highness Yuanzhua? If so, instead of a meritorious deed, he had created a huge trouble. "Your Highness, I was blind and did not recognize your true body. Please forgive me, Your Highness." With a thud, Commander Yuan knelt on the ground hurriedly and kowtowed repeatedly for mercy. Prince Yuanzhua harumphed coldly and glared at Commander Yuan. He kicked the latter away and scolded, "Bastard, don't you have eyes? Scram! I'll settle scores with you in the future." Right now, he was in no mood to waste time with Commander Yuan. Soaring into the air, he headed towards his residence. Perfected Immortal Jingyu followed behind. The other commanders exchanged glances and followed hurriedly. "Your Highness, did something happen in the Emperor's tomb?" Perfected Immortal Jingyu's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely guessed a possibility and probed. "There's something wrong with Su Zimo." Prince Yuanzhua did not hide anything. He was the one who helped Feng Cantillon escape from Absolute Thunder City. That bronze tripod is in his hands. Ah! Perfected Immortal Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. He had some impression of Su Zimo. He was the one who brought the green-robed scholarly cultivator back personally outside Glass City and sent him into the 10 absolute hell. Before long, Prince Yuanzhua and the others arrived at the residence and descended. When the many guards and maidservants in the residence saw Prince Yuanzhua, Perfected Immortal Jingyu, and the other important figures of Green Cloud City descend, they bowed hurriedly. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, County Governor." Prince Yuanzhua glanced at the extremely quiet residence and then at the hall that was surrounded by iron walls. He frowned slightly. "Has no one else gone out from here?" The maidservants and guards in the residence raised their heads and looked at Prince Yuanzhua with strange expressions before shaking their heads. Everyone saw Prince Yuanzhua leave with their own eyes. However, he naturally could not be considered as anyone else. Prince Yuanzhua looked at the sealed hall and sneered. "I thought that you were nothing. To think that you're so scared that you don't even dare to leave this hall." "Your Highness, what happened?" Perfected Immortal Jingyu asked. Since things had come to this, Su Zimo and Tang Zi were trapped in the hall before him and could not escape even if they had wings. There was no need for Prince Yuanzhua to hide anything, and he recounted everything that happened in the hall. "These 2 ants destroyed my clone and dermic treasure. I'll definitely torture them and make them suffer a fate worse than death." Prince Yuanzhua said hatefully, "Your Highness." Right then, a weak voice sounded. A maidservant raised her head with a fearful expression and asked carefully, "You mean to say that your clone is gone?" "What are you trying to say?" Prince Yuanzhua frowned slightly and said sternly, "Speak if you have anything to say. Don't stutter." The maidservant gulped and said with a trembling voice, "Previously, the few of us witnessed you leave this place with Tang Zi." "What did you say?" Prince Yuanzhua was shocked. A Green Cloud City commander coughed gently and stammered, "I think I saw it too. Your Highness left Green Cloud City with a woman." Prince Yuan's was spun around and looked at the hall in front of him, shouting, "Rise!" Boom! 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 The iron walls around the hall rose rapidly, revealing a slightly spacious hall that was silent and empty. When he saw that, Prince Yuan's was face turned ashen.